Chapter 16-18. Ling Xiao did not expect the Dark Hell Ghost Sword formation to kill Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. As long as it could trap Phoenix Cry Chi Shan and pressure him, it would be enough. At this moment, Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's expression was extremely gloomy. He watched helplessly as one of the 6 powerful 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts he brought was crippled and 5 were killed. At this moment, Ling Xiao was walking towards the crippled guy in an attempt to find out the mastermind behind this from him. But he could not do anything. Shut up. Say it. You know what the consequences will be. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan roared crazily. Haha, you can't even protect yourself, yet you still care about so many things. I can guarantee that as long as he is willing to say it, then he will be an honored guest of our heavenly dynasty empire. I can even help him recover his cultivation. But what about you? You can only roar with all your might in that cage, but you can't do anything. Ling Xiao turned around and glanced at Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, revealing a disdainful sneer. Then, he lowered his head and looked at that martial artist again. Tell me the answer. This is your last chance. His voice was ice-cold. Obviously, he was not joking. He put his ear close to the other party. That martial artist finally admitted defeat. Although Phoenix Cry Chi Shan was not dead yet, in his opinion, the trapped Phoenix Cry Chi Shan already had no chance and would only die in the constant exhaustion. What? When Ling Xiao heard that martial artist's words, he could not help but be shocked. It's actually them? Is what you said true? He stared at that martial artist and asked again. Because that martial artist was almost out of strength, his voice was very soft. Only Ling Xiao could hear what he said. At this moment, that martial artist only nodded and could not even speak. All right, you did very well. You can temporarily enjoy life in my heavenly dynasty empire. As long as I investigate and find out that what you said is true, then I can help you recover your cultivation. Ling Xiao still needed help. For a martial artist who had no way out, he could only work for him. Don't worry, I will help you find your family and send them to the Divine Phoenix continent. Perhaps in the White Tiger continent, I don't dare to say that I can protect them, but in the Divine Phoenix continent, no one can harm them. Ling Xiao glanced at the man and promised. He just wanted to make a gesture to let everyone know that there were definitely benefits to relying on him. He, Ling Xiao, was not a narrow-minded person who would haggle over every ounce. He was someone who would achieve great things. Therefore, even if he had any grudges or grievances with Ling Xiao in the past, he could write them off. An irreconcilable enmity was out of the question. For example, the Black and White Elders. That was the person who almost killed his sister, Ji Lingyue, and tricked his parents into crossing the ocean to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. Now, he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. To Ling Xiao, there was no way he would let the two of them go. Ling Xiao walked back to the Dark Sword domain. Looking at the trapped Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, he smiled and said, "It seems like someone just said that they wanted to kill me and destroy my heavenly empire? Why aren't you shouting now? Right now, you are just like an imprisoned dog. Other than roaring, what else can you do? Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, then remove this array formation. Let's fight fair and square." Feng Ming Qishan roared. He knew that today, right now, was the only time he could defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's terrifying cultivation speed and talent was something that he could not catch up to no matter what. Therefore, he did not think of escaping at all. He only wanted to fight to the death with Ling Xiao. Remove the array formation? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and said, "Why should I remove the array formation that I set up with my own ability?" You. Feng Ming Qishan was simply furious. Ling Xiao, this fellow, actually didn't even give him the chance to fight fair and square. This fellow was truly as terrifying as a demon. Why didn't he see it earlier? Chi. His irritable mood caused Feng Ming Qishan to make serious mistakes in his actions. A few black swords suddenly flew over and left several sword marks on his body. Fresh blood dripped down and was very eye-catching. Ling Xiao, you coward. You don't deserve to be the ruler of the Divine Phoenix continent. Feng Ming Qishan roared crazily, and the power of ice and fire in his body began to skyrocket in an almost uncontrollable manner. The ancient 5 elements dragon soul and the killing god's white blade martial soul had already been absorbed into his body. His figure suddenly increased by 4 to 5 times. Although he was originally in the form of a divine phoenix, his body shape was similar to a human's and he could still fight with weapons. But now, his body was several meters long, and his wings were 7 to 8 meters wide. His entire person had completely transformed into a huge divine phoenix. He's going to go berserk. Ling Xiao frowned. Then, he used his soul power to transmit a message to Yuan Venerate. Master, you can avoid the barrier. Once Fengming Qishan goes berserk, the Dark Sword domain will definitely not be able to control him. I have to use the tyrannical sky martial soul. Ling Xiao had nothing to hide in front of Yuan Venerate, as Yuan Venerate had already seen Ling Xiao use the tyrannical sky martial soul more than once. No problem. Yuan Venerate had already controlled the barrier, so it was very easy for him to block the aura and the vision of others. Ling Xiao glanced at the 5th-leveling young martialist who had already submitted to him and threw him out. Help me take good care of him. Don't let him die. After all, this is my promise. Someone outside naturally caught the martialist and took care of him properly. Although Tranquil Immortal Island had not publicly pledged allegiance to the Celestial Dynasty Empire, they had no other choice, even though they had once been allies. However, Tranquil Immortal Island was too important. If the Celestial Dynasty Empire wanted to completely unify the Divine Phoenix continent and start their cultivation journey to the White Tiger continent, they had to conquer this place. This was also why Fengming Qishan had insisted on conquering Tranquil Immortal Island. Send him to Tranquil Palace first and let him have a good rest. Patriarch Tranquil instructed his subordinates. Someone immediately took the martialist away. When everyone looked at the barrier again, they realized that they could no longer see anything. Not a single trace of aura was emitted from the turbid barrier. This scene seems familiar. Ling Xiao seemed to have done this in the dragon-slaying forest, right? Zhou Majin rubbed his chin and said, "It seems like he still has a trump card that he has yet to reveal. However, that trump card might be too shocking, so even we are not qualified to see it." Perhaps, the Moon Lady said faintly. She did not care what Ling Xiao's trump card was. She only knew that as long as her man was fine and treated her well, that would be enough. As for anything else, why should she worry so much? Ling Xiao, even if we perish together today, I will make sure you die. Die. Fengming Qishan, who was in a berserk state, was rapidly losing his life force. This was a way to fight to the death with his opponent. Fengming Qishan did not want to be trapped to death by Ling Xiao. He wanted to drag Ling Xiao down with him before he died. Chapter 1619. A terrifying aura wrapped around Fengming Qishan's body. At this moment, the black swords that pierced his body were no longer able to cause any harm. Fengming Qishan was like a divine phoenix descending from the primordial era, incomparably terrifying and powerful. Crack! His huge phoenix claws ruthlessly tore at the Dark Sword domain. The originally indestructible Dark Sword domain was actually torn open. Crack! Another claw swiped down, and the hole was torn open even wider. Fengming Qishan seemed to have lost his mind. The hidden power from his bloodline gradually controlled him. He crazily rushed out of the Dark Sword domain. He soared into the sky. As expected, I can't block it. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Although he had expected this to happen, the incomparably terrifying power that Fengming Qishan released before his death still surprised him a little. Since you've come out, then treat it as a reward for you. I'll let you see my true strength. Ling Xiao stared at Fengming Qishan in the sky. A chaotic universe gradually appeared behind him. The shadow of the Tyrant martial spirit gradually appeared, and that small piece of mountain river world was the brightest. In the silent universe, the Taotai beast lay on 2 planets and brazenly slept, as if it had no intention of waking up. The ancient hell dragon roamed in the mountain river world, and the demon sword ancestor was stuck on a mountain peak, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The ancient golden crow perched in the clouds in the sky, emitting a dazzling light, and had already merged with the red sun. The pitch-black ancient heavenly demon perched in the dark shadows, accompanied by the moon. All of this seemed so harmonious and natural. Seeing this scene, Fengming Qishan was completely shocked. What martial spirit is this? This is your trump card? He actually gradually regained his senses. This was originally impossible for Feng Ming Qishan, who was in a berserk state, unless there was something that stimulated his nerves even more. And it was very clear that the terrifying tyrant martial spirit in front of him was this thing. Tyrant Dark Sword of Slaughter, Divine Soul Annihilation. Ling Xiao did not answer Feng Ming Qishan's question. He gently waved his hand, and a ray of light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black universe. It fell like a meteor. Although the people outside the barrier could not feel the terrifying aura, they could feel the earth shaking. It was as if something had broken the balance of space. The gigantic dark slaughter sword descended from the sky, passing through countless stars, bringing with it a terrifying energy. Releasing an astonishing slaughter sword will, it pierced towards the Phoenix Cry Chi mountain in the sky. Feng Ming Qishan was stunned for a moment and then gave up on blocking the attack. Based on his perception, there was no way he could block such a move. He frantically rushed towards Ling Xiao, attempting to kill Ling Xiao before the sword strike landed. The huge divine phoenix leaped towards Ling Xiao. The power of ice and fire kept exploding in the air. Can you be faster than my sword? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Qishan with ridicule and said, "To be honest, I overestimated you. I thought that I only had a 50% chance of defeating you, but you really disappointed me. You only have those terrifying twin martial spirits. Coupled with such a powerful bloodline power, the combat strength you can display is less than half. Now I feel that I have full confidence in killing you." Sword fall. Feng Ming Qishan raised his head in horror and subconsciously tried to block. However, it was already too late. Boom. The gigantic dark slaughter sword released an astonishing power. The sword pierced Feng Ming Qishan. It was like an arrow hitting a small bird. It nailed him to the ground. Feng Ming Qishan's body was squirming, screaming miserably, but it was meaningless. A terrifying dark power was released from the dark slaughter sword, and Feng Ming Qishan felt that his body and soul were gradually disappearing. I said that your body and soul will be destroyed. Feng Ming Qishan, at least in the profound world, you won't be able to live. You repeatedly instigated others to kill me, and I endured it because I was not your opponent at that time. Today, you can be considered to have died in vain. Eye of the Immortal Pot. A strange gourd-like eye appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Withdraw. Although Feng Ming Qishan was bound to die, Ling Xiao still wanted the ancient five elements dragon spirit and the killing god white blade martial spirit. One was one of the 9 great ancient dragon spirits. The other was one of the 12 immortal martial spirits. No matter which one it was, they were all very precious. In the future, if it was made into a blood soul talisman, it would definitely become his very powerful combat strength. Smoke dissipated. The enchantment disappeared. People could finally see everything in the enchantment clearly. Feng Ming Qishan had already disappeared, and only a blood-stained storage ring on the ground confirmed that he had appeared there just now. Ling Xiao stood there, his black hair dancing wildly. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Handsome and cold, like a demon lord of a generation. No one knew when it started, but the title of Demon Lord had been attached to Ling Xiao's head. Even after going to the White Tiger continent, there were still people who called him that. Of course, that was all in the future. Ling Xiao raised his foot and walked towards black and white elders. His cold eyes revealed a dense killing intent. He said that after killing Feng Ming Qishan, it would be the time of black and white elders' death. Naturally, he wouldn't go back on his words. Do you regret it? Ling Xiao looked at black and white elders and asked contemptuously. Black and white elders looked at each other and suddenly sneered. Not killing you earlier is the thing we regret the most. Since he was already going to die, Black Elder didn't show too much embarrassment. After all, he was once a big shot, so this was more like it. Hee, is that so? I'm afraid that even if you want to kill me, you can't do it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'll give the two of you a chance to die a little more honorably. Tell me, who took my sister's martial spirit? Sometimes, although it was death, the difference between dying honorably and being tortured to death was still very big. Brother Ling, our everlasting joy immortal island has a secret realm, and there are snakes, insects, rats, and ants inside. Why don't we cripple them and throw them in and see how long they can live? Danfeng said with a smile. Ling Xiao obviously knew that his words were a threat to black and white elders. No one wanted to die in such a miserable way. Hee, that's really a good idea. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at black and white elders and said, how about it? I don't think the two of you are the kind of people who have perseverance. Back then, you knelt in front of my parents and begged for mercy, making them pity you. Today, you should also do the same, right? You win. Black Elder sighed and said, I only ask for an intact corpse. Don't worry, this is very easy. Ling Xiao nodded and said, actually, even if I tell you who took your sister's martial spirit, you won't be able to take it back. The difference between us is too big. Black Elder suddenly revealed a sinister smile, as if he thought of something very fun. Chapter 1620. Elder Black suddenly laughed. You think you've won, but you don't know that you've already caused a disaster. The foundation of the Divine Phoenix clan isn't in the Divine Phoenix continent, but in the White Tiger continent. Fengfei, she's the pride of our Fire Phoenix clan. Her talent isn't inferior to your big sister's. If the Divine Phoenix Empire has her, then Phoenix Cry Mountain and Phoenix Hidden Mountain will have to stand aside. Oh, Fengfei, I'll remember that name. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light before he said, kill yourselves? This is what I promised you. I can leave your corpses intact. Since the other party had cooperated and told him the answer, he wouldn't go back on his word. Although he was domineering, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Many thanks. The black and white elders looked at each other and smiled sadly. Then, they attacked at the same time and pressed their palms against the top of their heads. Find a place to bury them. I only promised to leave their corpses intact, but I didn't say I'd bury them. Ling Xiao glanced at the two corpses before taking their storage rings. After confirming that the two were dead, he ordered his subordinates. Yes, naturally, someone obeyed. The Vermilion Bird Clan and Thunderhawk Clan leaders were extremely nervous. Although they'd surrendered at the last minute, they were worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't accept them. Seeing Elder Black and Elder Black commit suicide made their hearts uneasy. Don't worry. Since you've surrendered to my celestial empire, you're one of us. Naturally, I won't do anything to you. But I hope you'll remember this clearly. I, Ling Xiao, hate betrayal the most. Since you've joined, you should be down to earth. If you dare to betray me one day, I'll exterminate your entire clan. I won't leave anyone alive. If anyone else had said this, they might not have believed it. But since Ling Xiao said it, they believed it without question. Ling Xiao had always been a man of his word. He was also a ruthless person. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Even the storm and ocean shook. Strange rumbling sounds came from afar. Ling Xiao frowned as he activated his Taiji eye and looked into the distance. However, he discovered something extremely strange and terrifying. In this stormy ocean, many continents began to gather, merge, and come into contact with each other. So the prophecy was actually true. The Moon Maiden exclaimed in shock. What prophecy? Ling Xiao glanced at the Moon Maiden and asked. On the day the 13 continents of the profound world split apart, a prophecy was born. It said that when a country rose up in the profound world and could unify the profound world, the 13 continents would close once again. The Moon Maiden replied, it looks like the prophecy has begun to come true. Your heavenly empire has now unified the heavenly dragon continent and the divine phoenix continent. Therefore, these two continents have begun to close up and become a complete continent. The 13 continents have become 12. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. The heroic spirit in his heart became even stronger. Later history books recorded, in the second year of the Celestial Dynasty calendar, the Celestial Emperor unified the Celestial Dragon and the Divine Phoenix, and the two continents became one. Although there was an anomaly in the sky and the earth shook, the strange thing was that the residents on the surface did not suffer any injuries. It was as if there was a god helping them. This day was not peaceful after all. The entire Heavenly Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent resounded with Ling Zhao's glorious achievements. The merging of the two continents and the appearance of an anomaly in the sky caused everyone living on these two continents to know about Ling Xiao's achievements. The Divine Phoenix Empire, which was extremely powerful in the past and had almost unified the Divine Phoenix continent, was easily wiped out and replaced by Ling Xiao. People were shocked and fearful of Ling Xiao's strength and dominance. Later on, there were rumors that the Divine Phoenix Emperor had set a trap at the peak of Chang'e Mountain with 6 Yin-Yang Realm 5th-level experts to besiege Ling Xiao. However, 6 of the 7 people were killed, and 1 was crippled. At this moment, Ling Xiao's name completely resounded throughout the two continents. He had become a unique existence. In the past, no matter how prominent Ling Xiao's reputation was, he was still suppressed by the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list. However, this time, no one could suppress him. He was the most dazzling star on these two continents. A few days later, this news spread to the White Tiger continent. The White Tiger continent had a sacred place that all cultivators yearned for, Valley of the Immortals. The Valley of the Immortals was extremely huge. It was rumored that the area it occupied was equivalent to half of any of the 4 empires on the White Tiger continent. The reason why it was called a sacred place was that the immortals of the immortal court would often descend to the mortal world to teach and dispel doubts. It was said that staying in the Valley of the Immortals for a few days was equivalent to cultivating outside for a few years. At this moment, in a mystic realm in the Valley of the Immortals, there was a very exquisite and unique house. It was built with special materials and could absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth. It was extremely mysterious. Outside the house, a young lady sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. A white tiger crouched beside her. Its sharp eyes were staring at a place not far away. There, a figure was slowly walking over. His steps were light and had a hint of majesty. The figure was tall and imposing, but his face was somewhat pale. The footsteps got closer and closer. When the figure was about 10 meters away from the house, he finally stopped. Then, he stood there respectfully and did not make a sound. It was as if he was afraid of disturbing the young lady who was cultivating. The white tiger yawned in boredom and actually fell asleep on its stomach. It seemed to have sensed that the person who came did not have any hostility. After a full 2 hours, the woman finally opened her eyes. She wore a strange mask on her face, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. However, those eyes revealed a depth that made people fear. Feng Yinshan, why are you here? She lightly opened her red lips. Her voice was illusory, as if it came from all directions, but also as if it came from another world. Feng Yinshan sighed and said, Feng Mingqishan is dead. None of the 6 experts that you sent could return. That Ling Xiao has already completely matured. You came to disturb me just because of this? The young lady seemed to be a little angry. It was as if she felt that Feng Mingqishan's death, or the 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists' deaths, was not worth mentioning. There's an even bigger matter. Feng Yinshan continued. A phenomenon has descended from the heavens. The Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix have finally merged. Hearing this, the young lady was indeed a little shocked. Even she seemed to be unable to remain calm. After a long while, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very carefree, as if the shock from before had vanished into thin air. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. She finally stopped laughing and looked at Feng Yinshan. The Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix have merged into one. That Ling Xiao will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of the major factions of the White Tiger continent. The mistakes that Divine Phoenix Empire made, they will not repeat the same mistakes. Chapter 1621. The woman said with contempt, as long as that Ling Xiao dares to come to the White Tiger continent, he will definitely die. For us, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. Although that is the case, this Ling Xiao cannot be underestimated. Those who have underestimated him have either died or suffered a crushing defeat. Feng Yinshan sighed and said, I am one of them. Are you afraid? The woman teased. That's right, I'm afraid. If you see Ling Xiao, you will definitely be shocked by his talent and courage. Feng Yinshan told the truth. Today, besides telling you some things about the outside world, I also have something to tell you. What is it? I'm leaving. The current me can't face Ling Xiao because my spirit has been completely damaged. I'll leave the people of the Fire Phoenix tribe to you. Feng Yinshan said calmly. Where are you going? The gate of heaven's chosen. Feng Yinshan said resolutely. Only by stepping on a different path can I surpass Ling Xiao. You will die. If I die, then I die. It's better than being suppressed by others for the rest of my life. It seems like you've already made your decision. Then I won't stop you. I hope you can live. An additional path is an additional layer of hope for our Fire Phoenix tribe. Farewell. Feng Yinshan cupped his fists respectfully, then turned around and prepared to leave. One last question. How do you think Ling Xiao is compared to me? The woman suddenly asked. At this stage, you are much stronger than him. Killing him will be as easy as flipping your hand. But if you can't kill him, the one who will lose in the end will definitely be you. Feng Yinshan paused for a moment before replying, All right, you can leave now. The woman calmly watched Feng Yinshan leave. The coldness in her deep eyes grew even stronger. She suddenly turned around to look at the house and said with a smile, Miss, he seems to have mistaken me for you. After the war, the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital still maintained its former peace and prosperity. People walked onto the streets one after another. They found that the flags in front of many shops had been replaced with the dragon flag of the Celestial Empire. The original Phoenix flag had all been removed. The soldiers walking on the streets have also changed into brand new armor, which has the distinct characteristics of the Celestial Empire. At this moment, people were finally willing to accept this reality. The Divine Phoenix Empire of the past no longer existed. Now, there was only one empire between the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent, and that was the Heavenly Empire. Speaking of domineering and unparalleled, I'm afraid there's no one else other than the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. People walked on the streets and looked at everything that had changed. They couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao, who was just a celestial realm martial artist not worth mentioning 2 years ago, would become so powerful? Now, he had become the overlord of 2 continents. When he defeated the new true Devil Empire and established the Celestial Empire, there were people who mocked him for overestimating himself. Many people were even waiting to laugh at him, thinking that he would soon pay the price for his ignorance and naivety. But today, this youth who had been mocked behind his back countless times became the final victor of 2 continents at the age of 17. He's domineering, but he's not bloodthirsty. If it were someone else who really took down the Divine Phoenix Empire, this place would probably be covered in blood. I didn't expect that we could still continue to do our own business. It's simply like a dream. Someone sighed. Yeah, this might be the reason for his success. Have you heard? Now, the Heavenly Dragon Continent has been named the Heavenly Dragon Province, and the Divine Phoenix Continent has been named the Divine Phoenix Province. After the 2 continents merged, it was renamed the Dragon Phoenix Continent. The specific documents will be issued soon. I heard, this is a must. Since the 2 continents have merged, it will be much more convenient to go to the Heavenly Dragon Continent in the future. In the entire Divine Phoenix capital, there were no traces of war at all. Everything was so orderly. Everything was going so smoothly. The gears of time had officially entered the next stage. At the same time, the distant Tianhai Empire also learned of the changes in the Dragon Phoenix continent. Outside the Tianhai Empire's palace, thousands of civil and military officials knelt there. Among them, there were actually quite a number of people from the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. Some of them were martial artists who had migrated to the White Tiger continent long ago, and some had fled here before Ling Xiao started the war. The Tianhai Empire had always treated the Divine Phoenix continent as their subsidiary, so they completely accepted these people as long as they were capable. At this moment, these people knelt there. The person in the lead was holding a blood letter. Everyone's faces were filled with anger and hatred. They didn't speak, but that soaring resentment and hatred gathered above the palace and didn't dissipate for a long time. There was only one sentence on that blood letter: Ling Xiao, the renegade, destroyed the Black Crow Empire, destroyed the Divine Phoenix Empire, and killed the sacred envoy. His crimes are extremely heinous. I hope the Emperor will punish him and eliminate this evil thief. Below were the bloody fingerprints of the rest, as well as their signatures. The rest of you wait outside. The left Prime Minister and the right Prime Minister bring the blood letter for an audience. After a long time, the door to the imperial court opened. A eunuch walked out from inside and said loudly with a sharp voice. The two people in the lead stood up and respectfully stepped into the imperial court with the blood letter in their hands. In the imperial court, he sat with a golden saber in his hand, his brows emitting the domineering aura that an emperor should have. He glanced indifferently at the two people who entered and said, "My two beloved subjects, sit down and talk." This subject doesn't dare. The two of them came to hand over the blood letter. This kind of thing had a bit of the taste of coercing the emperor, so they were also apprehensive in their hearts. Not to mention sitting, even standing felt uncomfortable all over. The emperor of the Tianhai Empire didn't ask them to sit, but said softly, "Leave the blood letter here. We already know about Ling Xiao's matter. But now that the Dragon Phoenix continent has united, and the Tianhai Empire is powerful and prosperous, could it be that my two beloved subjects plan to have my Tianhai Empire lead troops to attack the Dragon Phoenix continent? Do you know how many pairs of eyes are watching us right now? The two of you, as subjects, hold high positions and authority, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. You can't spoil the empire's important matters just because of your personal grudges." Although the emperor's voice was very gentle, in the ears of the two prime ministers, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing them to feel uneasy and fearful. Just as they were hesitating about what to do, the emperor spoke again. "But Ling Xiao killed my Tianhai Empire's holy envoy. This is also a fact. We can't let him be at ease. Isn't Ling Xiao coming to the White Tiger continent to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet soon? Jianghu matters will be handled by the Jianghu. Do you two understand what we mean?" Their eyes immediately lit up, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground. This subject understands. All right, let the people outside disperse. It's early in the morning. It's not good for the influence. If you need our help with this matter, just say it in private. We don't want to see today's matter a second time. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Chapter 1622. The sovereign king then stood up and left the court. The two people kneeling below looked at each other, although they were not satisfied with the result. But since the sovereign king had already hinted that he could use the methods of the underworld to deal with Ling Xiao, then it could be considered to have achieved a certain effect. At this time, Ling Xiao did not know what was happening above. He was still on Chang'el Celestial Island. Because he had always felt that it was strange why Fengming Qishan would rather abandon Divine Phoenix Empire and attack Chang'el Celestial Island. After a few days of careful investigation, he finally discovered the three secrets of Chang'el Celestial Island. First, on Chang'el Celestial Island, there was a secret place that was sealed all year round. Those who were not good at array formations were unable to enter. Thus, even Danfeng, Ancestor Chang'el, and the others had never entered. Fengming Qishan had the ancient five elements Dragon Soul, so he should be very confident in breaking such an array formation. This secret realm was probably one of the reasons why Fengming Qishan attacked here. Second, on Chang'el Celestial Island, there was actually an ancient teleportation array. Although it was already dilapidated, if it could be repaired by even a tenth, then it could directly transport soldiers to the White Tiger continent. To Fengming Qishan, who was also ambitious, this thing would affect whether he could dominate the White Tiger continent. Unfortunately, Fengming Qishan could be considered to have made a wedding dress for Ling Xiao. Third, after careful analysis on the map and actual investigation, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the Five Immortal Island was not a place that appeared by chance. These five immortal islands were actually very likely created by humans. The Five Immortal Island happened to be at the five nodes between Divine Phoenix Continent and White Tiger Continent. It actually formed a strange array diagram, five elements heaven-earth yin-yang formation. This array had three functions. First, it could absorb the five elements between heaven and earth and transport them to Divine Phoenix Continent to provide a large amount of energy for martial artist cultivation. Second, during wartime, it could form the five-element sky curtain to block the invasion of the army and protect Divine Phoenix Continent. Third, it could communicate with yin and yang, greatly increasing the efficiency of martial artists breaking through to the yin-yang realm. Of course, this array formation had been around for too long. Because it had not been repaired for a long time, only the second function was temporarily effective. The first and third functions were basically ineffective. Fengming Qishan had probably seen through this point long ago, which was why he wanted to occupy 5 Immortal Island. With the 5 Immortal Islands, they would have the confidence to build an army. However, Fengming Qishan did not expect that the secret that he had spent more than 10 years to discover would actually be seen through by Ling Xiao in one day. Now that he knew all this, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't miss out on the 5-element Heaven-Earth Yin-Yang formation. He was proficient in array formations, and with the guidance of a Yuan Venerate, it shouldn't be a problem to repair this array. These days, he had been asking people to help him find materials to repair the array formation. At the same time, he had also stationed 5 legions on the 5 Immortals Island. After all, today's Divine Phoenix continent had already become the Dragon Phoenix continent. The area covered by the 5-elemental Heaven Yin-Yang formation had also become larger. To Ling Xiao, it was even more important. Naturally, he would not give it up. Using the power of the entire country to repair this array formation, things became much easier. In less than 3 days, all the materials were gathered. After that, Ling Xiao headed to the Tianpong Immortal Island, the Prometha Immortal Island, the Blackwater Immortal Island, and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island to repair the array formation. Finally, he came to the Changle Immortal Island to add the finishing touch. The Tao of array formations is really mysterious. It's actually not inferior to the martial Tao. The Changle Patriarch sighed as he watched Ling Xiao set up the array formation. If he had also set up the array formation, the Changle Immortal Island wouldn't have been forced to such an extent by Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. That's natural. The mystic world is so big that almost no martialists have truly set foot in it. Old fellows like us have never stepped out of the Divine Phoenix continent in most of our lives. What can we see? I heard that when the Sacred Dynasty unified the mystic world, alchemy masters and array formation masters were the most revered existences in the Sacred Dynasty. As the saying goes, learn the dragon slaying technique and sell it to the royal family. These people enter and leave the palace and are treated as distinguished guests. Zhu Wan, who was beside him, chuckled when he heard what the Changle Patriarch said. However, regardless of whether it's array formations, alchemy, or refining, they all require a solid foundation of the martial Tao. Without sufficient cultivation and internal strength, you won't be able to refine a large number of elixirs even if you know about them. You won't be able to break a large number of array formations even if you know about them. That's right. No matter what the goal is, the martial Tao is the foundation. Without the martial Tao, you can be killed at any time. How can you become a master? The Changle Patriarch agreed with Zhu Wen's words. Boom. Suddenly, 5-colored heavenly lightning descended from the sky. It circled in the air but didn't strike the ground. It was very miraculous. Could it be that the 5 elements Heaven-Earth Yin-Yang formation was successfully set up? The Changle Patriarch couldn't help but ask when he saw the phenomenon. The Patriarch guessed correctly. It was successfully repaired. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the Changle Patriarch. It was filled with joy and a strong sense of accomplishment. Sigh, it's true that the waves behind surpass the waves before. Each wave is stronger than the last. We old fellows really have to leave this era. The Changle Patriarch turned his head to look. Ling Xiao had appeared behind them at some point in time. He and Zhu Wen didn't notice him at all. If this was a sneak attack, the two of them would have already become 2 corpses. That's right. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's strength has really improved by leaps and bounds. It's not something we can compare to. Zhu Wen also sighed with emotion. The two of you are too humble. You have spent a lot of time on the management of the sect and the island, while I have been obsessed with cultivation. Even the matters of the Heavenly Empire have been thrown to others to manage. No matter what you do, you are afraid of the word obsession. Ling Xiao laughed. Haha, you are so obsessed with martial arts. Your success is indeed natural. So what do you want to do next? Repair the ancient teleportation array? Or go to the Changle secret realm to take a look? The Changle Patriarch asked with a smile. The ancient teleportation array is more complicated than the 5-element Heaven-Earth Yin-Yang formation. It's not something that can be completed in a short time. Just now, I have already carried out some basic maintenance on the teleportation array. At present, it can still teleport 3 people to the White Tiger continent at the same time. Ling Xiao replied, but to completely repair it, I still have to collect at least 8 space-time crystals. This kind of space-time crystal is not available on the Dragon Phoenix continent. I'm afraid I have to go to the White Tiger continent to find it. I see. That is to say, you plan to go to the Chang'e secret realm to take a look? The Chang'e patriarch laughed. Of course I have to go. To be able to leave the ancient teleportation array here, the Chang'e secret realm is probably a very special place. Before going to the White Tiger continent, if I can go, of course I have to take a look. Ling Xiao nodded. Then there's no time to lose. Follow me. The Chang'e patriarch had always wanted to know what was in the Chang'e secret realm. Now that he had metaformation master like Ling Xiao, he naturally had to take this opportunity to go in and take a look. Chapter 1623. Why don't we do this? This kind of secret realm is usually prepared for people with opportunities. I'll choose some martial artists with potential and strength to go in and try their luck. Who knows, they might be able to obtain their own opportunities. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, is so thoughtful. Ling Xiao had actually been thinking about this for a long time. He was definitely not powerful alone. For example, this time when he attacked the Black Crow Empire, destroyed the Divine Phoenix Empire, and unified the Divine Phoenix continent, it was absolutely impossible to do without the help of others. When he went to the White Tiger continent, he still needed someone to help him guard the Dragon Phoenix continent. Before he left, he would do as much as he could. He made a list of martial artists above the half-step yin-yang realm of the Heavenly Empire. Regardless of age, they could enter the Chang'e secret realm. The reason why he chose the half-step yin-yang realm was because Ling Xiao felt that the aura in this secret realm was somewhat powerful. Martial artists below the half-step yin-yang realm would not only not gain anything, but might also get into trouble. Of course, Dan Feng, Long Qin, Mou, Zhu Xiaozong, Cold Plum, and the others were not included on the list. Before the martial artists on the list gathered at the Chang'e Celestial Island, Ling Xiao went to the Chang'e secret realm alone. He wanted to go in and take a look at the situation first. As for the people on the list, as long as the secret realm opened, they could enter at any time. In any case, in a place like a secret realm, everyone who entered would obtain different opportunities. No one would snatch anyone else's. With the Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain's immemorial 5 elements Dragon Soul, Ling Xiao only took less than 15 minutes to crack the Chang'e secret realm's array formation. This made Ancestor Chang'e, Zhu Wan, and the others who were watching from a far sigh. Especially Ancestor Chang'e. This secret realm seemed to have existed since the birth of the Chang'e Celestial Island. When Ancestor Chang'e was still very young, he heard his elders say that they wanted to find a way to crack this secret realm. However, until now, there had been no progress. But the moment Ling Xiao made a move, he actually broke it so easily. This really made him feel a little helpless and a little shocked. I'm going in first. Ling Xiao cupped his fists at the crowd in the distance, then leaped into the secret realm. The moment he entered the secret realm, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from all directions. He felt like he was about to be squashed into a meat patty. He hurriedly released his inner energy to resist. Looks like my previous judgment was correct. If you want to survive in this secret realm, you have to be at least a half-step yin-yang realm cultivator. Otherwise, you will be crushed to death as soon as you enter. When he felt that the pressure was no longer so terrifying, Ling Xiao stopped releasing his inner force and walked inside. He could sense that the deeper he went, the greater the pressure. He had no choice but to continue increasing his internal energy to fight back. The first 100 meters or so is suitable for a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. The next 100 meters is suitable for a first-level yin-yang realm martial artist. The next 100 meters is suitable for a second-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao recorded the data as he walked. From the first 100 meters, one could see some strange things in this secret realm, such as strange sculptures, vivid murals, and so on. However, Ling Xiao did not pay much attention to them. Since the deeper he went, the more difficult it was. It meant that the opportunities inside were naturally better. After walking for another 100 meters, Ling Xiao could already see a majestic palace standing in the distance. It seems like every 100 meters forward, the pressure will increase by 1 level. Although my cultivation base is only at the 2nd level of the yin-yang realm, my combat ability, physical strength, inner energy, and soul power are comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. It shouldn't be a problem for me to walk another 200 meters. However, the palace seems to be about 400 meters away. It seems like I have to use Hell Body and Tyrannical Martial Soul. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, so Ling Xiao could fully unleash his potential. After walking for another 200 meters, Ling Xiao automatically entered the state of Hell Body. After another 100 meters, Ling Xiao activated the primordial Golden Dragon King bloodline. Although his cultivation did not increase, his body's endurance greatly increased. Therefore, without releasing the tyrannical martial soul, he still walked the 400 meters with heavy steps and stood before the majestic palace's huge door. The entire palace was solemn black. Even the Lena door was a thick black iron door. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully observed the huge door. He discovered that there were layers of formation inscriptions on the door. After tens of thousands of years, there were no signs of damage. It seems like the person who set up this secret realm is much more skilled in formations than the person who set up the primordial teleportation formation in the 5-elemental world yin-yang formation. The formation at the entrance of the secret realm and the formation on the huge door actually had the ability to self-renew and self-repair. This was an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. Boom! Behind him, a 5-colored divine dragon suddenly appeared. After obtaining the Phoenix Cry Qishan's primordial 5 elements dragon soul, he naturally had to use it. 5 rays of light shot towards the huge door, corresponding to the inscription elements on the huge door, and began to quickly link up. Then, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with various inscriptions. He had already begun to crack the formation. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Ling Xiao's eyes returned to normal, and the primordial 5 elements dragon soul behind him gradually disappeared. With this 5 elements dragon soul, the speed of cracking formations and formations can be increased by several times. I really have to thank that Phoenix Cry Qishan. Ling Xiao smiled, and then went forward to push the huge door. However, the huge door did not move at all. The formation has been cracked. What's going on? Ling Xiao was a little confused. He used his Tai Chi eye to observe carefully again, but he did not find any traces of a formation. Could it be the weight of the huge door itself? Ling Xiao instantly thought of the crux of the problem. He sneered. In terms of strength, he was confident that in the entire Divine Phoenix continent, no one was his opponent. His body began to emit a golden light, and the primordial golden dragon cells in his body were mobilized. Then, Ling Xiao walked to the front of the huge door, pressed his hands on the door, and let out a low roar. That sound was actually similar to a dragon's roar. Boom! A loud sound like muffled thunder came, and the huge door finally slowly opened. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao felt a powerful soul force directly hit his soul realm, trying to take the opportunity to destroy his soul. Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. An extremely terrifying soul force was released from the vast universe and integrated into Ling Xiao's soul realm. Like a monstrous wave, it easily shattered the soul force that invaded his soul realm. Chapter 1624. Damn, a double test of the body and soul. Even if I'm at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, I won't be able to enter the palace. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion, then stepped through the giant door. The moment he entered the giant door, the door closed with a rumbling sound. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. If he could open it from the outside, he was confident that he could open it from the inside. It was pitch black in the palace. However, for a martial artist at Ling Xiao's level, it wasn't a problem. He could still see everything clearly. It was a very long path. The end of the path led to endless darkness. Even he couldn't see through the darkness. However, in the face of such a situation, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. He lifted his foot and walked forward. He was already here. Was he supposed to give up and leave? He, Ling Xiao, had been prepared to die since the day he started practicing martial arts. If he died, it would only prove that he wasn't capable. On the path of martial arts, even if you had the slightest fear, your path wouldn't be smooth. Why were so many martial artists stuck at a certain cultivation level and couldn't break through? It wasn't because they couldn't break through, but because they were afraid. The risk of breaking through was something they weren't willing to take. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. It didn't matter if he was stupid or crazy. He was just like that. He believed in the saying, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Moreover, after experiencing so many dangers, he had already developed the ability to deal with danger. If he really wanted to die, it would depend on whether the danger had the ability to do so. The path wasn't long. He quickly stepped into the boundless darkness. In here, not only could he not see anything with his eyes, but he also couldn't hear or feel anything. After releasing his soul power, he would lose his senses instantly as if it was swallowed by something. What a terrifying place. What kind of place is this? Ling Xiao was shocked as he felt everything. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed. Since he was already here, he didn't plan to leave easily. Moreover, it was impossible to leave now even if he wanted to. The path he used to enter had disappeared. It was as if he was isolated in a space without anything. He thought that there would be some danger. But in reality, Ling Xiao waited for an hour and nothing happened. He began to feel a little anxious. There was a hint of panic. "Are you trying to test my ability to endure loneliness?" Ling Xiao frowned and pondered. But no one told him if that was the right answer. If they really wanted to test whether he could endure this kind of desolation and loneliness, then as long as he persevered, he would reap the rewards. But if not, even if he foolishly waited like this, there would be no results. He would only die slowly here. If it were anyone else, they would probably be overwhelmed by such a choice and might even fall into madness in the end. But Ling Xiao wouldn't. He would not foolishly wait, nor would he become anxious and crazy because of this. If there was nothing in the world, then he would just have to create such a world. Qiyang, bright moon, night and day, mountains and rivers. There was light in the originally dark world. The originally silent world was now filled with sound. Ling Xiao looked at the pitch-black space again. At that moment, he was stunned. The world that he thought had nothing in it turned out to be so exciting and rich. Around him was a place with mountains and rivers, flowers and trees, and even birds and beasts. However, there was one thing that was strange. He seemed to be unable to touch this world. There was also a huge gap between this world and him. It was as if they were not in the same space. No wonder there is no sound, no light, and no feeling. This place should be a cursed place, an isolated place, a sealed place. He gave up on observing the beautiful and rich world outside. Instead, he locked his gaze on this narrow space that seemed to be only about 20 square meters. There was a bed in this place. It was covered with weeds, and a person was lying on the weeds. His hands and limbs were shackled. It seemed that those shackles were definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be no traces of rust after so many years. That person did not move, as if he was dead. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little nervous. How could an ordinary person be locked up in such a secret place? This person's cultivation was probably at least Yin-Yang Realm level 5. Otherwise, those formations would not be used at all. It would be impossible for this person to leave this dark space. He was considering whether to go over or not. I'd better be careful. Ling Xiao finally made up his mind. He had to go over. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to come here. However, before he went over, he secretly released his Gemini martial souls. In this way, even if he encountered danger and was killed, he would not really die. His Gemini martial souls hid in the darkness silently. Then, Ling Xiao walked over. The moment he reached the bed, the person on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an excited and crazy smile. Ling Xiao tried to dodge, but the person grabbed his arm. Then, he could not move at all. Crack, 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 crack. When Ling Xiao realized that he could move, his hands and feet were shackled. These shackles were indeed extraordinary. There were many complex and powerful inscription formations on them, and that person was standing in front of the bed. His hair was very long and his face could not be seen. Ling Xiao could only see that this person's eyes were dark blue and had a strange light. Ha ha ha, finally, someone has come to replace me. That person suddenly looked up and laughed. Although Ling Xiao could not hear his voice, he could read his mouth. After laughing heartily, that person looked at Ling Xiao with pity and then disappeared into the pitch-black space. Ling Xiao was stunned from the beginning to the end. It was only when that person left that his expression suddenly relaxed. The person just left and did not attack him. To him, this was actually very fortunate. He could see that after that person disappeared in the dark space, he appeared in the outside world, in the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers. Then, everything disappeared. The beautiful scenery seemed to have been cut off in an instant, and the two spaces were completely disconnected. Ling Xiao could only think that although this place could imprison martial artists, it could only imprison one at a time. As long as there was a replacement, they could leave. So that person had been waiting for such an opportunity. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would come knocking on his door. Furthermore, that person was extremely powerful and had definitely violated the laws of the divine Phoenix continent's profound world. In front of him, Ling Xiao was not even comparable to an ant. He simply did not have any ability to resist. In fact, the moment his arm was touched, all of his strength and inner strength could not be connected. Chapter 1626. According to the rules of this space, two people must stay inside at the same time before one of them can leave. Want to find someone to replace me? I'm afraid that's difficult. Ling Xiao shook his head, but immediately revealed a smile. Now that I know the root of the problem, it's much easier to solve it. Since there are rules, I just have to break them. His tyrannical martial spirit was born to destroy the rules of the mystic world. Ling Xiao revealed a sneer. Then, the tyrannical martial spirit was fully released, and the vast universe began to compress the small sealed space. The inscriptions of the rules were breaking inch by inch. Ling Xiao found that after he cultivated the mystic world body, the pressure released by the tyrannical martial spirit had become stronger. It seemed that the tyrannical martial spirit and the mystic world body were a perfect match. Creak, creak. The sealed space seemed to be unwilling to be destroyed by the tyrannical martial spirit, and it began to retaliate reflexively. The space began to shrink at an accelerated rate, trying to squeeze Ling Xiao to death. Ling Xiao withdrew his Gemini martial spirits. In the face of this terrible pressure, he was not afraid at all, and there was even a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he did not care about all of this, and even felt a little disdainful. Ka ka ka. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and the sealed space was almost to the extent that it could only accommodate Ling Xiao alone. Then, it began to exert a huge pressure from the outside, trying to crush Ling Xiao into minced meat. However, the result was unexpected. The sealed space tried to crush Ling Xiao, but in the end, it collapsed. It was like someone trying to strangle an elephant with a piece of paper. The final result was that the paper was completely torn apart. Looking at the sudden brightness in front of him, Ling Xiao could not help but smile when he returned to the previous palace. What a mystic world body. It's really terrifying. Such a strong pressure can't even shake my physical body. It seems that cultivating the mystic world body was the right choice. Ling Xiao felt a little emotional. The profound world body was such a strange body-refining secret art. Even if many people saw it, it would be difficult for them to cultivate it. On the other hand, Ling Xiao could rely on this secret art to condense a profound world body and create the most perfect body in the profound world. Not only was he invulnerable to swords and spears, even a mortal-grade spiritual weapon would not be able to harm him. Even if he stood there and let them hit him, they wouldn't be able to kill him. This was only the beginning, and he hadn't gone any further in his cultivation. If he could really refine a profound world body, he believed that even greater surprises awaited him. Ling Xiao had been fond of body tempering ever since he was in the martial vein realm. This was because he had always felt that martial arts' secret techniques were just outer das. Whether a person was truly strong and could withstand the test of strength, the physical body was the most crucial factor. If his body wasn't strong enough, then he wouldn't have been able to completely fuse with the mountain and river martial spirit. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would have been killed long ago. The energy in his body was extraordinary. Only a strong enough body could withstand it. Whether it was the ancient hellfire, the dark flame of death, or the samadhi true fire, it was the same. Without a strong body, while burning others, he would also hurt himself. That was really killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own men. It wasn't worth it. Of course, the current era belonged to the era of fast food martial arts. Very few people were willing to calm down and cultivate their bodies. After all, only when one reached a certain level of body-tempering martial arts could it be effective. Most of the time, as long as others had a slightly stronger weapon or move, they would be able to easily break through your defense. Therefore, body-tempering martial arts was considered a waste of time by most people, and there wasn't much use for it. Especially in this era of martial spirits awakening and bloodline power erupting, body-tempering martial arts were even more abandoned. Want to strengthen the body? Many martial spirits could do it, and many bloodline power could do it. Why waste time cultivating body-tempering martial arts? Others thought so, but Ling Xiao's thoughts were different. First of all, he had enough energy to cultivate body-tempering martial arts. Second, he had always thought that the strengthening brought by martial spirits and bloodline was ultimately limited. To put it bluntly, it was only strengthening, mending the original foundation. Only by truly cultivating body-tempering martial arts could one completely transform the body and rebuild it after destruction. Just like the current Ling Xiao, his ordinary physical body had been completely transformed into a mystic world body. The powerful royal heaven-earth power flowed continuously in his body. It could be said that as long as he stood on the land of the Dragon Phoenix continent, even those whose cultivation was several levels higher than him would not be able to defeat him. This was because the entire continent was the source of his power. Of course, choosing to cultivate the mystic world body also came with a huge risk. This was because the mystic world body was directly related to whether a person had their own territory in the mystic world, whether they were the overlords of this territory. If Ling Xiao failed in the struggle for hegemony, then the mystic world body would naturally collapse, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Only those with great perseverance, great confidence, and great ambition could truly cultivate the mystic world body to the highest realm. At that time, they might have already unified the entire mystic world. It just so happened that Ling Xiao was such a person. Succeed or die trying. He had no way out, nor did he need to. He, who had long set a great ambition, wanted to unify the mystic world and completely control it in his own hands. Now, the divine phoenix and heavenly dragon combination was just a small step he had taken. The further he went, the more difficult it would be to achieve such a thing. However, he was still confident and would not retreat in fear. With a smile, Ling Xiao observed his surroundings and discovered that the originally dark palace had become bright. A large amount of royal heaven-earth power had already condensed in the palace, and Ling Xiao planned to absorb all of it and integrate it into his body. Yin-Yang realm cultivation was the minimum requirement to cultivate the mystic world body. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was quite lucky. If his cultivation did not reach that level, he would not be able to cultivate it. The Yin-Yang realm mystic world body was also known as the barren body. This was the lowest stage of the mystic world body. In the Yin-Yang realm, every increase in cultivation level would increase the upper limit of 100 royal heaven-earth cells. Whether one could cultivate to 100 depended on one's aptitude. One should not underestimate these 100 royal heaven-earth cells. With them, Ling Xiao could easily resist the attack of a first-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with his physical body alone. He could easily kill a first-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with his physical body alone. With 200 royal heaven-earth cells, he could disregard the attack of a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with his physical body alone. He could easily kill a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with his physical body alone. By analogy, if Ling Xiao's royal heaven-earth cells reached 1,800, he could easily face a peak Yin-Yang realm martial artist without batting an eyelid. He only needed one punch to kill his opponent. Chapter 1627. When the Emperor Earth Queen's cells reached 2,000, Ling Xiao would be able to break through the barren physique and attain the Viscount physique. That would bring him to a whole new level. Cells were the most basic elements that formed the human body. The changes and strengthening of cells would lead to the strengthening of the entire physical body. The mystic world body was slowly cultivated this way. It was obvious that the mystic world body was created according to a martial artist's cultivation realm. It matched every realm perfectly. There were no obstacles in cultivating it at all. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. It was obvious that he had cultivated the mystic world body to its limit. The Emperor Earth Queen's cells in his body had also reached their limit. He was now at the peak of the second level of Yin-Yang realm and had entered the second level of the Hell of Scissors. The Hell Ghost Sword formation was the result of the fusion of the Hell of Tongue Ripping and the Hell of Scissors. Therefore, the maximum number of Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth cells that Ling Xiao could convert now was 200. He could completely ignore a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Although Ling Xiao was powerful in the past and could easily kill a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, it was impossible for him to ignore a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. If he was ambushed by a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, he would be in deep trouble. However, it was different now. Even if the other party ambushed him, the other party would not be able to kill him. This was the obvious difference. I control the Dragon Phoenix continent. The Emperor Earth Queen's power is more than enough for me to convert 2,000 cells. It should be easy for me to reach the peak of the Baron physique and attain the Viscount physique. Therefore, what I need to do now is to increase my cultivation as soon as possible. Once my cultivation increases, my mystic world body will naturally increase as well. Ling Xiao had a clear goal when he thought of this. The palace was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. In addition to the Emperor Earth Queen's power that he had just converted and the strengthening of his physical body, it was only a matter of time before he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. He sat down with his legs crossed and began to allow the energy in his body to break through the bottleneck of the third-level Yin-Yang realm. The Emperor Earth Queen's power merged into it and increased the force of the impact. The path of improvement that was originally sealed began to be attacked continuously. Finally, there was a slight opening. Continue. Ling Xiao smiled and took out a large number of spiritual stones and placed them around his body. As his cultivation progressed, a large amount of spiritual energy was extracted from the spirit stones and integrated into his body. The impact within his body grew stronger and stronger. It's done. After an hour, Ling Xiao felt the hope of a breakthrough. Suddenly, he condensed all the strength in his body and let out a soft cry. Rumble. In that instant, he felt as if the entire world had changed. His cultivation had finally advanced to the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. In fact, this breakthrough should have been completed long ago. After experiencing the battle with Feng Ming and the others, the accumulated power in his body had long matured. In addition, during the process of repairing the 5 elements Heaven-Earth Yin-Yang formation, he had comprehended many things. The only thing he lacked was time. This time, he had entered the Chang'e secret realm for the sake of breaking through. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he did not stop cultivating. Because it wasn't enough. The energy in his body was still abundant. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation base and enter the third level of the Hell of Iron Tree. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation base at the peak of the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. His cultivation continued. Time continued to pass. A soul power came from outside, trying to communicate with him. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Is it Sister Moon Maiden? I'm fine. Ask the people outside to come in. Then, he explained the special situation of the Chang'e secret realm in detail. Then, he felt the surging Yin-Yang origin energy in his body. He smiled and said, Sister Moon Maiden, I'm already a martial artist at the peak of the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. I can protect you in the future. Outside, the Moon Maiden's eyes were filled with tears. At the same time, she was a little nervous. Ling Xiao's cultivation breakthrough was seriously too fast. She was almost unable to keep up. It seems like it's time to pursue my own Moonlight Core. The Moon Maiden had made up her mind. Over the past few days, with Ling Xiao's help, she had basically gotten rid of the Moonlight Core's entanglement and the painful days. Ling Xiao had also refined a large number of pills for her. She believed that it would not be a problem even if she had to travel outside for more than 10 years. Aren't you going to tell him? Jiumo's sword glanced at the Moon Maiden and asked, "No need. Parting is too painful. You just have to tell him that I'm heading in the direction of the Heaven's Chosen Gate. I believe that he will catch up soon." The Moon Maiden smiled and said, "Moreover, it's not a life and death parting. I just want to become stronger so that I won't be left behind by him. He will understand." "That's true. With your strength, at least in the White Tiger mainland, no one can do anything to you at this stage. However, it's hard to say if you're going forward. You still have to be careful." Jiumo's sword reminded her, "In the past, I even went to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. The White Tiger mainland is nothing. Although my cultivation has decreased greatly because of the Moonlight Core, I still have many friends." The Moon Maiden smiled. Then, she took a deep look at the Changle's secret realm and finally left. What she did not know was that Ling Xiao had been watching her. Ling Xiao, who cultivated the mystic world body, had already controlled every movement in every corner of the Dragon Phoenix mainland. As long as he wanted to, he could see anything he wanted to see. In fact, Ling Xiao already had a premonition that the Moon Maiden would leave. As his cultivation continued to increase, the Moon Maiden thought that she would become a burden by staying by his side and would definitely choose to leave. However, when it came to this moment, he was still filled with reluctance. However, he did not stop her in the end. The Moon Maiden was not his slave, but his beloved. If she did not even have the right to choose, it would be too pitiful. He would just treat it as a small separation between a young couple. He believed that the two of them would be reunited very soon. He calmed himself down. Ling Xiao entered the cultivation state again. However, this time, he was not going to break through his cultivation. Instead, he was going to condense the Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells and continue cultivating the mystic world body. The pain of having his cells shattered and then reborn stimulated his nerves once again. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead and his face was extremely pale. Almost all the muscles and bones in his body had become distorted. If someone was watching from the side, they would probably feel the pain. However, this was the case with the physique tempering technique. The price of pain was the constant strengthening and change of the body. If he could not even endure this pain, then he should not cultivate this physique tempering technique because it was really not suitable for him. In Ling Xiao's opinion, this kind of pain was probably another reason why physique tempering techniques were not popular among cultivators. Many cultivators were very pretentious now. It was probably because their living conditions were good that they could not endure the slightest bit of pain. They simply grew up like flowers in a greenhouse. Chapter 1628. The body tempering technique usually required one to endure immense pain. However, many martial artists today were basically spoiled and had not suffered much. If you let such a person endure such terrible pain, he would probably choose to die. Ling Xiao's thoughts were completely different from theirs. Only through suffering can one rise to the top. Many people thought that this saying was stupid, but he regarded it as a classic. That was because he had been through this all along. One should know that he might face many dangers after stepping foot on the White Tiger mainland. Assassinations and assassinations that had happened before might become common. Imagine the other party painstakingly avoiding all eyes and ears. When their sharp weapons were about to pierce your body, they suddenly realized that they could not pierce your body at all. That kind of scene was exciting just thinking about it. This was just defense. Not to mention the terrifying power of the Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells. The other party tried to assassinate you, but could not hurt you even after half a day. However, you could kill them with one punch. Was this feeling great? In any case, Ling Xiao felt very good. Cultivation was boring, but it was also the best way to forget everything. Time, pain, the pain of parting. At this moment, everything seemed to have condensed into a belief and motivation to move forward. Why did the Moon Lady leave him first? To put it bluntly, it was because he was not powerful enough. The Moon Lady felt that she could not protect him and might even become his burden. If his cultivation was enough to suppress his opponent, the Moon Lady would not have to leave. Popping, 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 popping. Popping sounds could be heard from his body. The pain was still there, but Ling Xiao did not grit his teeth like before. He had already gotten used to the pain and treated it as normal. 300 Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells. Achieved. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and revealed a joyful smile. It seems like it can still be improved. He tried to continue cultivating and realized that he had broken through the limit. Logically speaking, as a third-level yin-yang cultivator, he should have 300 Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells at most. However, the number of Emperor Heaven Earth Queen cells in his body had exceeded that. He understood that it might be because his physical body was strong to begin with. In the past, he had a large number of primordial golden dragon cells in his body. He could undergo more modifications than ordinary martial artists. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. When the number reached 400, it finally stopped, and the green and yellow light on its body disappeared. At the same time, the illusion of the Emperor's sky above his head and the Empress of Earth beneath his feet also disappeared. This is probably my limit right now. Ling Xiao stood up and gently waved his arms, feeling full of power. To be honest, he really wanted to find someone to spar with. He was currently at the third level of the yin-yang realm, but he possessed 400 Emperor Heaven Earth cells. Even if he was attacked by a martial artist at the fourth level of yin-yang realm, he would be safe and sound. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill a fourth-level yin-yang martial artist with one punch without using any inner energy. Even if he encountered an ordinary martial artist at the fifth level of the yin-yang realm, as long as that martial artist was courting death and dared to engage in close combat with him, he could guarantee that the martial artist would die a horrible death. Of course, the premise of all this was that the opponent didn't have a powerful offensive or defensive magic treasure. With his current physical defense, it would not be a problem for him to take on a precious grade spirit weapon head-on. If the opponent only had common grade, fine grade, or precious grade spirit weapons, they would be ineffective against him, unless the opponent's cultivation was much higher than his. It could be said that Ling Xiao's current physical body was basically invincible to those below the fourth level of the yin-yang realm. Whoever wanted to kill him would have to prepare a precious grade spirit weapon or above. However, it was very difficult to find a precious grade spirit weapon on the White Tiger mainland. It's time to leave. He turned back to look at the end of the pitch-black space. The empty darkness was no longer there, but the scene from before was still vivid in his mind. Who exactly was that unkempt person trapped inside? Every time he thought of that person's strength, Ling Xiao felt his entire body tremble. It was truly terrifying. In front of such a powerful existence, Ling Xiao felt that he was just an insignificant ant. But so what? Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. Even such a powerhouse couldn't go against the rules of that space, but I broke it. My future path is even wider than his. Just you wait. I've already remembered your aura. Today, you trapped me in the dark space. In the future, I will definitely take revenge for this. His mood seemed to be much better in an instant. Ling Xiao lifted his feet and walked out of the palace. Along the way, he met Juemojian, Danfeng, Longchun, and the others. Almost all the martial artists above the half-step yin-yang realm were able to enter the Chang'e secret realm successfully. Everyone was sitting cross-legged there, cultivating and comprehending. They didn't even notice Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao did not disturb them. Instead, he slowly walked outside. He had gained enough in the Chang'e secret realm. Next, he would bring a few martial artists who were qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet and head to the White Tiger mainland. He believed that with his current cultivation and strength, he would not be treated as a low-level martial artist and be bullied casually even in the White Tiger mainland. At this moment, outside the Chang'e Celestial Island, a flywheel ship suddenly appeared in the direction of the White Tiger mainland. There was one person sitting on the ship and several people standing. They all looked indignant, as if they were looking for trouble. Tianhai Guangqiao was one of them. He belonged to the Water Spirit Temple and was half alligator of the Tianhai clan. The death of the Tianhai Pearl was a heavy blow to the Water Spirit Temple. At the same time, it gave many people in the Tianhai Empire a reason to send troops out in anger. Although the Tianhai Emperor forbade a large-scale attack on the Heavenly Empire, he said, Jianghu matters are settled in Jianghu. Thus, a few like-minded martial artists stepped onto this ship of vengeance. Tianhai Guangqiao was very strong. He was not inferior to the first hero of the Water Spirit Temple's 7 heroes. He was only slightly weaker than the Dragon Prince and the Water God. It was a pity that he was 30 years old this year, so he did not have the chance to participate in the White Tiger meet. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would definitely see him at the banquet held in the Heavenly Killing Dragon Forest. Tianhai Guangqiao really regretted it. If he had known that the Tianhai Pearl was going to die, he would have stayed by her side. Now, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao and avenge the Tianhai Pearl. As for the matter of Ling Xiao killing the 7 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists, including Fengming Qishan, he had heard about it. He had also heard about it, but he believed that it was definitely not a battle under normal circumstances. Wasn't it widely rumored that Ling Xiao had plotted against Fengming Qishan and the other 6 people and trapped them in Ling Xiao's trap? Of course, he had been tricked. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from being complacent and smearing Ling Xiao's reputation, many rumors changed when they reached the White Tiger mainland. It was rumored that this kind of thing was just like women, they could dress up as they pleased. Chapter 1629. Many things seemed to have been meticulously dressed up when they arrived at the White Tiger continent. They were completely different from before. Originally, Fengming had set a trap for Ling Xiao at Qi Mountain. However, when they reached the White Tiger continent, the rumor became that Ling Xiao had shamelessly set a trap and separated the 7 people. He had relied on the help of the Moon Lady and the demonic liquor sword to win. Tianhai Guangqiao believed this without a doubt. If not, he would not be able to understand how a 17-year-old youth could kill 7 peak Yin-Yang realm experts at the same time. Was he still human? Tianhai Guangqiao was Tianhai Pearl's cousin, but he was not a martial artist from the Water God Temple. He was a disciple of the Tianhai Saint Institution, a stronger sect in the Tianhai Empire. The Tianhai Saint Institution was considered a national sect in the Tianhai Empire. It was the highest level sect in the Tianhai Empire. Even in the entire White Tiger continent, it was ranked in the upper tier. It was much stronger than the Water God Temple and the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Of course, Tianhai Guangqiao did not know the other people on the ship. They were not disciples of the Saint Institution. They were just like-minded martial artists who wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so they were on the way. The ship docked at the port of Tranquil Celestial Island. As the port was in a state of alert, they could not enter. Ask your Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao to come out. Tell him that Tianhai Pearl's cousin, Tianhai Guangqiao, is looking for him. Tianhai Guangqiao stood at the bow of the ship and roared at the port. However, no one responded. The martialists of the Last Joy Celestial Island worshipped Ling Xiao like a god. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry was qualified to challenge their celestial emperor. The ship continued to move forward. Finally, someone at the port said, "Stop the ship from the White Tiger continent immediately. The Tranquil Celestial Island is currently in a state of alert. No ships from the White Tiger continent are allowed to enter. If you want to go to the island, stop the ship at the Bay Reef. There's a temporary stop there. Our island master is cultivating. When they come out, we'll see if they're willing to see you." This person was telling the truth. Ancestor Chang'e, Zhu Mou, and the others had all gone to the Chang'e secret realm to cultivate. At this moment, there were no experts on the island. If the other party managed to sneak onto the island, it would be disastrous. Therefore, he would never allow the other party to come close. Listen to our warning and leave immediately. Otherwise, we will activate the formation to attack. The people at the port continued to shout. However, before they could attack, the array cannons on the ship had already started firing. At the moment of the explosion, a 5-colored barrier appeared above the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. All the attacks ended there, not causing any damage to the island. It's the 5 elements Heaven-Earth Yin-Yang formation. Hee, our Heavenly Emperor is really powerful. The martial artists on the island went from panic to surprise and confidence. Although he knew that Ling Xiao had repaired the 5-element Heaven-Earth Yin-Yang formation, it was still just a formation. It was hard to say whether it would have the effects as rumored. But after being verified in reality, the power of this formation was really quite formidable. Counterattack. On the port, the martial artist guarding the port ordered. Therefore, the array cannons based on the 5-element Heaven-Earth Yin-Yang formation bombarded the ship. The ship swayed left and right in the stormy ocean like a leaf drifting on the waves. It seemed like it could be sunk at any time. When did the everlasting joy immortal island have such a barrier? This Ling Xiao is really as timid as a mouse. He doesn't dare to come out and fight, but he uses such a small trick. On the ship, a martial artist cursed. Let's retreat first and wait on the bay reef over there. I don't believe that no martial artist from the everlasting joy immortal island will come out. In the future, we will kill whoever comes out. I don't believe that Ling Xiao won't fight. Tianhai Guangqiao said coldly. Agreed. The ship was swaying in the wind and rain and could be sunk at any time, so no one wanted to continue taking the risk. In any case, the bay reef was very close to the everlasting joy immortal island, only about a nautical mile away. They could observe the situation of the port at any time. The wait was long. This group of people stayed on the bay reef for a full 2 hours, but Ling Xiao still didn't appear. Even the slightly stronger martial artists didn't show up. A bunch of cowards. What kind of bullshit heavenly emperor is Ling Xiao? He's just a coward. A real man dares to do what he wants, but now he doesn't even dare to show his face? What a joke. What a waste. On the bay reef, the thunderous voice of Tianhai Guangqiao could be heard clearly by all the martial artists of the everlasting joy immortal island. I don't know why this guy is so arrogant. If it weren't for the experts of our heavenly empire entering the everlasting joy secret realm to cultivate, he wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. The martial artists of the everlasting joy immortal island were furious. Their heavenly emperor was humiliated like this, but he couldn't do anything. Some of the neutral martial artists on the island didn't know the truth and were very confused. Could it be that the battle at the top of the everlasting joy immortal island was fake? Was it a rumor deliberately created by the heavenly empire to raise Ling Xiao's reputation? Otherwise, being humiliated like this and not daring to come out and fight was not Ling Xiao's style at all. Martial artists of the everlasting joy immortal island, listen up. Today, we came only for Ling Xiao. Remove the array as soon as possible. Otherwise, the day we break the array, the everlasting joy immortal island will be bathed in blood. Tianhai Guangqiao floated in the air, domineering and arrogant. What he said was his plan. You want to break the array set up by our heavenly emperor? Dream on. The martial artists of the everlasting joy immortal island were unmoved. They even wanted to laugh. However, the neutral martial artists were a little flustered. They didn't understand how powerful the 5-elemental heaven yin-yang array was, so they were already thinking about how to leave. Tianhai Guangqiao looked back at the old man on the seat and said, Old Qin, can you break this array? He had come prepared this time. He had heard that Ling Xiao was an expert in arrays. It was even rumored that the 7 5th-level yin-yang realm experts, including Feng Ming and Qishan, were trapped by Ling Xiao's array and were defeated one by one. In the end, 6 of them died tragically, and 1 was crippled. Old Qin was a very famous array master on the White Tiger mainland. Moreover, his cultivation was unfathomable. With him around, breaking the array wouldn't be difficult. This array is called the 5-elemental heaven yin-yang array. It was passed down from the era of the true demon empire. Although it's powerful, it's not without weaknesses. Give me 2 hours, and I'll be able to break it. Old man Qin stood up. His eyes were bright and full of expression, revealing a strong self-confidence. All right, Old Qin, you think of a way to break the array. We'll support you. Since Ling Xiao doesn't dare to come out and fight, we'll massacre the everlasting joy immortal island and see if he comes out. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao didn't come out that these people became bolder. It was as if Ling Xiao was really afraid of them. Chapter 1630. Elder Qin from the White Tiger continent was indeed capable. As time passed, cracks began to appear on the 5 elements heaven-earth yin-yang formation on Chang'e Celestial Island. The martial artists on Chang'e Celestial Island were anxious when they saw this. They were relying on the protection of this formation. If this formation was destroyed, they would be in danger. Even Tianhai Guangqiao alone could easily eliminate all the martial artists on Chang'e Celestial Island, let alone the dozen of them. What should they do? Hurry up and report to the Chang'e secret realm. Otherwise, something big will happen. The martial artists guarding the harbor knew the severity of the situation. Since they did not have the ability, they naturally had to find powerhouses to help. Fortunately, all the powerhouses above the half-step Yin-Yang realm in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire were in the Chang'e secret realm. As long as they could find powerhouses like the demonic Liquor Sword, Chang'e Ancestor, and Danfeng, they would not be afraid of being bullied. There's no need to go. Suddenly, a slightly angry voice came from afar. They did not see anyone, but they knew it was Ling Xiao from the voice. It's His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. That's great. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has come out of seclusion. Although they did not see anyone, the martial artists on Chang'e Celestial Island were excited. Ling Xiao had come out of seclusion. Now that their Heavenly Emperor had come, they did not have to worry about anything. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was an undefeatable god of war, an absolute powerhouse. With him around, there was no problem that could not be solved. Ling Xiao stood out from the Heavenly Dragon Continent and stepped into the Divine Phoenix Continent. Now, he dominated the Dragon Phoenix Continent and became a demon lord. Although many people did not see his fighting history with their own eyes, they had definitely heard of it. Currently, all kinds of books on the Dragon Phoenix Continent recorded Ling Xiao's legendary history. There was also the story of Ling Xiao, who had turned into a storyteller that could be heard anywhere. In addition, Ling Xiao had single-handedly killed 6 of the 7-peak Yin-Yang realm 5th-level experts and crippled one. Many martial artists on Chang'e Celestial Island had seen it with their own eyes. They could not believe other rumors, but seeing it with their own eyes could not be false. The neutral martial artists also stopped fleeing in panic. With Ling Xiao around, they seemed to feel a little safer. Who dares to be impudent in the territory of my Heavenly Dynasty Empire? A moment later, Ling Xiao appeared in front of everyone. The sun and moon divine wings spread out behind his back and floated in midair. Of course, he looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. Are you Ling Xiao? Outside the everlasting joy immortal island, more than 10 warriors looked at Ling Xiao at the same time. Old Man Qin and Tianhai Guangqiao also stopped their attacks. Although they were about to break the 5 elements heaven-earth yin-yang formation, this formation was actually more troublesome than they had imagined. Old Man Qin said that he would solve the problem in 2 hours, but in reality, this time might be delayed by 6 hours. He might not be able to completely break the formation. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared, it was as if he had found a way out, so he stopped what he was doing. That's right, I am Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Who are you? Ling Xiao looked at these people coldly. Most of the ships that came from the White Tiger Continent should be warriors from the White Tiger Continent. Bah! What dogs hit Celestial Emperor? He's just a coward. Tianhai Guangqiao scolded. Listen, I'm Tianhai Guangqiao, a disciple of the White Tiger Continent's Tianhai Academy. I'll give you 2 hours to come out and fight with me. Otherwise, when we break the 5 elements heaven-earth yin-yang formation, we'll wash the everlasting joy immortal island with blood and make you regret it. What big words! What arrogant behavior! A sharp killing intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He had already unified the Dragon Phoenix Continent and killed Phoenix Cry Mountain. Now that there were still people provoking him, he must be killed without mercy. Otherwise, his dignity as the Celestial Emperor would be gone, and in the future, even cats and dogs would come to find trouble with him. Hee, the people of the Tianhai Empire are all good at talking. Ling Xiao chuckled. Then, in a flash, he was already out of the everlasting joy immortal island. Old Qin and the other warriors were shocked, and they all retreated a few hundred meters away. Only Tianhai Guangqiao faced Ling Xiao proudly as if nothing was in his eyes. You're quite bold to come to the everlasting joy immortal island to die. I'm guessing that someone instigated you. Tell me who instigated you, and I'll spare your life and only cripple one of your arms. Ling Xiao's voice was indifferent and had a tinge of contempt. He did not take Tianhai Guangqiao seriously at all. Before entering the everlasting joy secret realm, Ling Xiao was already able to kill Phoenix Cry Mountain. Now that he was out of the everlasting joy secret realm, Ling Xiao's strength had increased tremendously. Why would he be afraid of Tianhai Guangqiao, who was much weaker than Phoenix Cry Mountain? Although they were both at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, Tianhai Quangchao did not have the domineering aura of Phoenix Cry Mountain. What arrogance! Tianhai Quangchao roared. Since you've come out today, I'll use you as a sacrifice. After I destroy you, I'll destroy the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. The Dragon Phoenix continent is not something that a mere human like you has the right to occupy. After saying that, stormy waves appeared behind Tianhai Quangchao. This martial soul was quite special. Natural-type martial souls were usually very powerful. Especially in this stormy ocean, they could cause the waves of the ocean to surge. Why aren't you showing me your martial soul? Otherwise, you won't be able to take a single blow. Tianhai Quangchao did not attack immediately. As if to show his benevolence, he even gave Ling Xiao a chance to release his martial soul. You really think too highly of yourself? To deal with you, I don't even need to use my inner strength, let alone my martial soul. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He then took a step forward and flapped the sun-moon divine wings on his back. His figure suddenly charged forward and was already in front of Tianhai Quangchao. He did not release his martial soul. He did not use any weapons. He did not even use any inner strength. He just threw a solid punch, as if he was an ordinary person fighting. Ling Xiao is underestimating his opponent. Isn't he afraid that he will fail miserably? That's right. No matter what, his opponent is still a level 5 yin-yang realm expert. He's underestimating his opponent too much. A few exclamations came from the crowd. Everyone was in disbelief at Ling Xiao's rash attack. Tianhai Quangchao sneered. He thought to himself, everyone says that Ling Xiao is arrogant and conceited. Now that I've seen it, it's true. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. He would not stupidly exchange blows with Ling Xiao. The martial soul behind him roared and formed a huge wave in front of him. It charged towards Ling Xiao. After doing that, he looked ahead coldly. He was confident that after this attack, even if Ling Xiao did not die, he would be severely injured. Boom. However, something unexpected happened. With a loud bang, the huge wave was shattered by Ling Xiao's punch. Then, Ling Xiao's fist was still heading towards his head. Tianhai Quangchao realized that something was wrong. He threw out both his fists and collided with Ling Xiao's fist. Chapter 1631. After a dull thud, Tianhai Quangchao was pushed back dozens of meters. He somersaulted a few times in the sky and finally fell into the stormy ocean. He was in a sorry state. Tianhai Quangchao jumped out of the water, but his arms were trembling non-stop. His heart was filled with terror. Was Ling Xiao's fist? It was like the arm of a demon. Not only was it terrifyingly powerful, but it was also as hard as cold iron. He felt like he was facing a giant instead of a human. After Ling Xiao pushed Tianhai Quangchao back, he had no intention of pursuing him. Instead, he stood in the air and beckoned Tianhai Quangchao. Again. When the crowd saw this, their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Ling Xiao wasn't this strong before, right? He could easily push back a martial artist at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm with just his physical strength. Wasn't this a little too valiant? How was he human? Could he be some kind of giant beast? After a long time, Tianhai Quangchao finally felt the trembling and pain in his arms gradually disappear. His face was extremely gloomy, and there was even a hint of fear. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he imagined. Were the rumors false? Ling Xiao didn't use any improper means and defeated Phoenix Cry Chishan with his own strength? What's wrong? Would the Tianhai Empire send trash like you to your death? Ling Xiao looked at Tianhai Quangchao and said disdainfully, the 7 heroes of the Water God Temple are trash. Compared to them, you're worse than trash. How dare you call me trash? No one has ever dared to call me that. Tianhai Quangchao was furious. He was a martial artist from the Tianhai Sacred Academy, one of the top sects in the Tianhai Empire. It was a first-rate sect in the White Tiger continent. Yet, he was called trash by a martial artist from the small Dragon Phoenix continent. This was intolerable. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, and this news spread to the sect, he would definitely be despised by everyone. So what if I call you trash? You can't even take a punch from me. Ling Xiao said calmly. Good, very good. Then I'll show you the true strength of a disciple of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. Tianhai Guangqiao was truly infuriated. Frenzied waves roared around him. He was like a water god, standing on top of the waves and glaring furiously at Ling Xiao. Die! With a roar, the waves threw him towards Ling Xiao like a cannonball. In the void, Tianhai Guangqiao punched out with both his fists. Large amounts of water gathered and formed hundreds of huge crocodiles. They roared and bit at Ling Xiao. The fist had not yet arrived, but the crocodile's roar had already sounded. This was the bloodline ability of the alligators of the Tianhai Empire. It was rumored that the more crocodiles the fist force condensed, the more powerful it would be. The fact that the heavenly sea raging tide could condense 100 crocodile phantoms was already quite impressive. Which martial artist could easily withstand the attacks of over 100 giant crocodiles? Tianhai Guangqiao had never seen one. The opponents he met in the past, even if they were of the same level, would be defeated as long as he used this. Some were even torn to pieces on the spot. Then I'll be miserable. Good. Ling Xiao still didn't use his internal strength. His single fist turned into 2 fists and collided with this. Rumble. The terrifying roar sounded. The waves on the storm sea below roared and rose dozens of meters high. It was a shocking scene. The martial artists on the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island were shocked. After the collision, Ling Xiao retreated 10 meters. Tianhai Guangqiao stood there motionless. Tianhai Guangqiao couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao. Oh Ling Xiao, you're just Once I use my true strength, you won't be able to take it. If I use this, what if I use this? Will you be torn to pieces in an instant? I'm not afraid to tell you that Mize easily killed a 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Don't run if you can. Run? I'm standing here. Come and kill me if you can. Ling Xiao sneered. Until now, he hadn't used any of his internal strength. He didn't know what Tianhai Guangqiao was so happy about. What a joke. It's good that you're not running. Let your stupid people see how you'll die. Tianhai Guangqiao was furious. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change even after he used this. Even the mocking smile on his face didn't change at all. Tianhai Guangqiao was so furious that he was about to go crazy. He must kill this guy. He must. Although I don't need to use this, since you're so arrogant, I'll let you experience the despair before death. As Tianhai Guangqiao spoke, he gathered his yin-yang force. A large amount of water vapor gathered on his body. Then, he punched with both his fists. The sky seemed to be torn apart in an instant. The terrifying crocodile's roar was 10 times louder than before. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears. Even the monsters in the deep sea were scared out of their wits. Crocodile bloodline. This. Devour the sun and moon. Destroy everything. Tear everything apart. Kill. Tianhai Guangqiao let out a thunderous roar. Then, his body was enveloped by the crazy waves. He charged at Ling Xiao with this. His aura was truly ferocious. Many of the onlooking martial artists were dumbfounded. The strength of 1,000 gigantic crocodiles was indeed terrifying. The giant crocodile was an ancient giant beast. Even if it was just pure strength, it was enough to frighten people. When the heavenly sea raging tide flew over, everyone seemed to see space being torn apart. Ling Xiao actually had no way to escape. This bloodline power is amazing. Facing such a crisis, Ling Xiao didn't panic. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. You have bloodline power, but I have Emperor Heaven Earth. Let's compete and see whose is stronger. The surface of his body started to flicker with green and gold light. Then, the Emperor Heaven Earth cells in his body started to awaken one by one. One of his fists was green, and the other was golden. He was like an invincible overlord who stood at the pinnacle of heaven and stepped on the earth. Previously, he had been eager to find an opponent to test just how strong his profound world body was. Now that someone came knocking on his door, he was happy. Why would he be afraid? Looking at Tianhai Guangqiao, he took a step forward with his right foot. Then, he punched out. Release. 400 Emperor Heaven Earth cells. In that instant, The space in front of Ling Xiao was truly distorted, and it wasn't as if it was. Because the power released in an instant was too terrifying, it caused the space to reach the limit of what it could withstand. Chapter 1632. Ling Xiao's sudden and terrifying punch caused space to distort. Fortunately, the mystic world had the ability to self-repair and adapt. After a moment of distortion, it returned to normal. Ling Xiao's Imperial Heaven-Earth fist collided with Tianhai Quangchao's strength of 1,000 crocodiles. 1,000 crocodiles roared. The Imperial Heaven-Earth fist roared. The moment the two powers collided, space distorted again. A huge whirlpool formed on the surface of the sea and spiraled upwards. The scene was extremely shocking. Shatter. The 1,000 crocodiles began to shatter inch by inch under the pressure of the Imperial Heaven-Earth fist. This made Tianhai Quangchao's expression extremely ugly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The bloodline power of the crocodile race was the pride of the crocodile race. It was the symbol of the Tianhai Empire's strength. The ferocity of the giant crocodiles was extremely powerful even in the primordial era. The strength of 1,000 crocodiles could completely tear apart any martial artist of the same realm. The Tianhai Empire's martial artists had never failed in this aspect. However, this time, Tianhai Quangchao was faced with an extremely awkward situation. Ling Xiao was a third-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Not only did he block his strength of 1,000 crocodiles, but he also clearly had the upper hand. "You're too weak." Ling Xiao's cold voice rang in Tianhai Quangchao's ears. Then, the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth finally shattered the 1,000 giant crocodiles. Ling Xiao's fists landed heavily on Tianhai Quangchao's chest. Crack. Tianhai Quangchao felt as if something had shattered. His chest completely caved in. His body was like a kite with a broken string as he rapidly fell into the stormy ocean. What a terrifying attack. What a domineering attack. He doesn't give his opponent any chance to survive. All the martial artists on Everlasting Joy Celestial Island were shocked by Ling Xiao's attack. At the same time, the White Tiger Continent's martial artists who came with Tianhai Quangchao to cause trouble actually all left in an instant. Ling Xiao's terrifying strength really gave them a fright. None of them could block Tianhai Quangchao's strength of 1,000 crocodiles. Especially on the Divine Phoenix continent, they could only display the strength of a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm at most. That would make it even harder to resist. Skysi Quangchao allowed his body to fall into the stormy ocean. This way, he could take the opportunity to escape. Ling Xiao's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He could not even muster the slightest thought of resisting. Run. That was the only thought in his mind. However, would Ling Xiao give him this opportunity? With a flash of light, Ling Xiao appeared behind Skysi Quangchao, using one hand to block Skysi Quangchao's falling body. Then, he raised it up. "Isn't it a little too late to escape now? I gave you a chance before, but you didn't know how to cherish it." Ling Xiao's cold voice resounded in the sky. Everyone on the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island knew that this guy called Tianhai Quangchao was finished. Looks like on the Dragon Phoenix continent, this celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire can already be said to be invincible. A martial artist in the crowd sighed. Yeah, no matter how many people the White Tiger continent sends, they're just sending themselves to their deaths. I don't think anyone else will come in the future. Another person also said, those who come will never return. No one is that stupid. Skysi Quangchao's heart was filled with fear. His body was almost unrecognizable. Many of his bones were broken, and his 7 orifices were bleeding. If he was not treated in time, he would undoubtedly die. "Save me. I beg you. Save me." Skysi Quangchao's mournful cries for help continued to resound. He did not want to die. He really did not want to die. It was really not easy to cultivate to this level. If he died, there would be nothing left. "As long as you save me, I can report to the Skysi Empire and spare your life." "Hee, you're still saying such things even now." Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and said, "Are you stupid?" "Ling Xiao, I'm not joking. The strength of the Skysi Empire is not something you can understand. A martial artist with my strength is nothing in the Skycy Saint Court. I'm just an outer court disciple. You're indeed incomparably powerful in the Dragon Phoenix continent, and no one can defeat you. But there, you can't do without the help of friends. I can help you, Skycy Quangchao hurriedly said. Although his mouth was full of blood, his words were still quite sharp. What you said is quite tempting, but unfortunately, I don't trust you, and I don't need it. Ling Xiao chuckled, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. If you're done with your nonsense, you can die now. No, I still have something to say, Skycy Quangchao shouted in horror. Say it, Ling Xiao said indifferently. If I say it, can you let me go? Skycy Quangchao only wanted to live. As long as he could live, he would do anything, including betraying his parents and friends. That depends on whether what you say is valuable or not. Ling Xiao still had that indifferent tone. Skycy Quangchao gritted his teeth and said, Ling Xiao, do you know that I came to kill you this time with the tacit consent of the Skycy Emperor? The Dragon Prince of the Water God Temple has already told the Emperor everything that happened here. That's it? After Ling Xiao heard it, he didn't even blink because he felt that it was meaningless. He could think of such a thing even if he used his thighs. There's more, Skycy Quangchao hurriedly said. If you want to go to the White Tiger continent, your first stop must be the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Dragon Prince has already set up a killing trap there, waiting for you to fall into the trap. I advise you not to go, or you'll die without a doubt. This information is a bit valuable, but unfortunately, it still can't offset my anger. So you'd better die. Relax, I'll give you a comfortable death. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, released killing intent from his hand, and instantly rushed into Skycy Quangchao's body. At that moment, Skycy Quangchao lost consciousness. Then, he threw the corpse to the celestial island of Last Joy. Find a place to bury him. At least leave him with a complete corpse. Yes, Your Majesty. The martial artists of the celestial island of Last Joy looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. He was really too powerful, ridiculously powerful. A martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm was like a fool in Ling Xiao's hands and was easily killed. This was their heavenly emperor. This was their devil lord. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and flew into the distance. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was going to chase after those people who came to the celestial island of Last Joy to cause trouble with Skycy Quangchao. They all knew Ling Xiao's character very well. It was impolite not to reciprocate. He would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Wanting to leave so easily after coming here? Wasn't that just a dream? Above the stormy ocean, a ship was speeding toward the White Tiger continent at an extremely fast speed. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than the brilliant stream of light in the sky. Chapter 1633. Ling Xiao was in the sky and already locked onto that ship on the sea. Since you're here, why leave in such a hurry? He suddenly plummeted, charging towards the ship with extreme speed, as if directly falling. When he was less than 5 meters away from the ship, his speed abruptly slowed down, landing on the deck. The entire process was like moving clouds and flowing water, handling with ease. Ling Xiao. On the ship, there were a total of 12 martial artists, including that elder Qin. Seeing Ling Xiao appear, each of their hearts thumped, knowing that Tianhai Quangchao was already killed. And it was absolutely impossible for them to leave easily either. They looked at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao also looked at them. Although these people's clothes were all different, through their outer clothes with the Taiji eye, one could see that there was actually a strange tattoo on their bodies. This tattoo looked more like an otherworldly demon. No wonder he could sense a strong evil aura from these people's bodies. Ling Xiao himself possessed the primordial Sky Fiend battle intent and was especially familiar with this feeling. Looks like that Tianhai Quangchao was fooled by you guys. Clearly martial artists of the same sect, but insisted on pretending not to know each other. Ling Xiao's voice revealed some mockery and ridicule. Impressive. Didn't expect that you actually saw through it. The Celestial Empire's heavenly emperor indeed lives up to his reputation. Elder Qin simply took off his outer clothes, revealing a black warrior outfit below. On that black outfit, There was a sinister aura. It should be a special artifact-type garment. The other 11 martial artists all had the same clothes on them. You think that you're chasing after us? But you don't know that we deliberately lured you here. Elder Qin's expression also suddenly became ferocious and cold. Ling Xiao sensed that this place seemed to be different from other sea regions. The sinister fiendish aura was very obvious. Most likely, if ordinary martial artists stood here, they would probably immediately become very weak. But what threat did this have to him? He did not quite understand. And also could not be bothered to think about it. He gave that Elder Qin an indifferent glance and said, "You guys are also martial artists of the Tianhai Empire, right?" "That's right, Tianhai Empire, Heavenly Fiend Cult." Old Man Qin didn't hide anything and directly replied, "Heavenly Demon Cult? Oh, I've heard of it. It seems to be a shady sect in the Tianhai Empire. Do I have a grudge against you?" Ling Xiao was very curious. He shouldn't have any interactions with the Heavenly Demon Cult, but they actually wanted to kill him. It was simply baffling. Did they really think that he was a pushover that anyone could bully? Those people are just afraid of the strength of our Saint Church. That's why they're doing everything they can to stop us from becoming stronger. Old Man Qin coldly snorted and said, "We indeed have no enmity with you, but we need funds. We need resources to strengthen the Heavenly Demon Cult. We are just taking someone's money to get rid of them. Ling Xiao, to be able to die in the hands of the 12 of us, you should feel honored to have died a worthy death. When the Holy Church unifies the mystic world in the future, you'll be considered a stepping stone. I'm afraid you'll leave a deep mark in the history of the Holy Church." "Haha, if that's the case, I should thank you instead," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "There's no need to thank us. You, on the other hand, are a promising talent. It would be a pity if you died. As long as you're willing to swallow this soul seize bug and pledge your loyalty to the Holy Church, we can spare your life." Old Man Qin stretched out his hand, and a black bug appeared in his palm. The bug was only about an inch long and was completely black. Only its 2 eyes shone with a blood-red light. Don't underestimate this little thing. The reason why the soul seize bug was so frightening was that once it was implanted into a body, it could hide for a long time. It lived on a martial artist's soul power. There would be no problem if the martial artist was obedient. However, if they betrayed the Holy Church, the soul seize bug would directly devour their soul and turn them into a walking corpse. The Heavenly Demon Cult really isn't anything good. To think that you would use such a vicious method. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at the soul seize bug, but immediately smiled. "I like to be enemies with shameless people like you, because I don't feel any burden or guilt in my heart." "Looks like you won't give in?" Old Man Qin asked coldly. "What do you think?" Ling Xiao shrugged and said coldly, "If that's the case, then die." Old Man Qin waved his hand, and the other 11 people suddenly pulled out their weapons. It was a black short blade. They then spread out and formed a strange blade array with Old Man Qin. "Interesting." Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal an interested expression. The power of the saber formation formed by the 12 of them was definitely much stronger than that of the 12 of them working together. If it was anyone else with his cultivation, facing such an enemy, they would probably only have one choice, which was to escape. But he, Ling Xiao, was an exception. "Before I die, can I ask you a question?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked very seriously. "You brat, you actually know how to be afraid. All right, ask." Old Man Qin was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. To be able to make the majestic heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire admit defeat, to him, this was absolutely incomparable pride. "Who sent you to kill me?" Ling Xiao asked. "You should be able to guess the answer to this question." Old Man Qin didn't answer, instead throwing the question back to Ling Xiao. "I understand. It's the Water God Hall, or to be more precise, that Dragon Crown Prince? I'm very curious. Didn't he tell you, and that idiot Tianhai Quangchao, that I humiliated them in the Killing Dragon Forest? Did you know that he was just sending you to your deaths as cannon fodder?" Ling Xiao asked again. "You're smart, but of course we know this. The Dragon Crown Prince is a member of the Water God Hall. He's eager for you to become enemies with the Tianhai Sacred Academy. If Tianhai Quangchao can kill you, that's for the best. Your Tianhai Empire will inevitably be at odds with the Tianhai Sacred Academy, and the Water God Hall will be able to profit from it. But if you kill Tianhai Guangqiao, you will inevitably become enemies with the Tianhai Sacred Academy, and he will also be able to reap the benefits. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Old Man Qin indifferently said, and we are the same. The only difference is that Tianhai Guangqiao is an idiot who has been kept in the dark. We, on the other hand, know what we want and what we are doing. What a strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. But to put it bluntly, don't you think that the Dragon Crown Prince is playing this trick because he's afraid of me? Ling Xiao looked at Old Man Qin with a bit of contempt and said, You say that Tianhai Guangqiao is stupid, but I think you guys are even more stupid. If you die, the Dragon Crown Prince won't have to pay any price. And if I die, all of you will definitely be silenced as well. In the end, the most pitiful ones are you guys who think you're infallible. Chapter 1634. Of course we've thought about that, but you'll definitely be the one to die. Moreover, it won't be that easy for the Dragon Prince to silence us. Old Man Qin said coldly, You're really stubborn. Forget it, let's make our move. Let me see how strong your so-called heavenly demon cult is, daring to come to Everlasting Joy Celestial Island to cause trouble for me, and even daring to wait for me here. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about who was the mastermind behind this conspiracy and who was being used. In any case, as long as anyone came to deal with him, he would destroy them. It was very simple, and there was no need to worry too much about it. You've got guts, but we won't show you any mercy. Although Old Man Qin said so, he did not dare to be careless in the slightest when facing Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was able to destroy almost all of the Water Spirit Temple's 7 heroes in slaying Dragon Forest, leaving only the number 1 hero and the Dragon Prince. The rest had all died in battle. In addition, he had seen the scene where Ling Xiao killed Tianhai Guangqiao with his own eyes. Although he was fully prepared, he did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, he could only swallow the bitter fruit of failure. And failure meant death. Set up the formation. Heavenly Demon Power. Old Man Qin waved his hand, and the 12 people, including him, emitted a black light. The aura of the black saber in their hands also became heavier and more terrifying. It really is Heavenly Demon Power. Ling Xiao stared at the black light on these people and nodded to himself. The feeling of this power was too similar to his immemorial heavenly demon, except that it was not as pure and powerful. It seemed that there were still surviving heavenly demons in this mystic world, but they had hidden themselves. The heavenly demon cult was very likely a sect secretly established by a surviving heavenly demon, and what they were doing was nothing more than recovering their strength. After all, after the immemorial war, although the vitality of the myriad races was greatly damaged, the heavenly demons were basically exhausted. Even if they did not die, they were seriously injured. It would not be easy for these guys to recover, and they would definitely have to use the living beings of the myriad races. Among the myriad races, there was no lack of cultivators who were willing to cooperate with the heavenly demons, perhaps serving them while gaining strength. The heavenly demon cult was basically filled with such people. The black light gradually stabilized and gradually formed the appearance of the heavenly demon, enveloping the 12 martial artists. The air was filled with a terrifying and evil aura. This kind of aura, if it was someone else, would probably be very uncomfortable. However, Ling Xiao felt somewhat fortunate to be in the middle of it all. He had been worrying about how to increase the power of his heavenly demon incarnation. After all, the Golden Crow avatar was illuminated by the Scarlet Sun and could be improved no matter what. If he wanted to level up with his heavenly demon incarnation, he definitely couldn't do without this evil demonic chi. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, it would be impolite for him to refuse. Kill! Old Man Qin bellowed. Then, the 12 of them charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The black blade seemed to be connected to a strange energy, and it exploded with astonishing power. It actually made Ling Xiao's body feel a chill. The saber formation was indeed a saber formation. If the 12 of them joined forces, even a martial artist at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm would be killed. Ling Xiao didn't think it was possible for him to win, so what he had to do first was to destroy the saber formation. The biggest weakness of a formation that used humans was that once one of them was killed, the saber formation would immediately be broken, and it would no longer be able to unleash its original power. However, the attacker knew this weakness, and so did the person who set up the formation. Therefore, the priority of this kind of formation was self-protection. If you wanted to kill one of them, it really wasn't that easy. This was because when you attacked one of them, the rest of them would attack you. Even if you could kill that person, you would definitely die. In Ling Xiao's opinion, if he wanted to break the formation, he could only fight with the formation. He had already thought of a countermeasure, so a heavenly demon phantom appeared behind him. 11th Shadow Profundity, Heavenly Demon Incarnation. His body was enveloped by the heavenly demon phantom, and the terrifying heavenly demon power wreaked havoc, forming gusts of evil wind. This was the heavenly demon incarnation formed by the primordial heavenly demon fighting intent. It was much stronger than the heavenly demon power that the 12 of them borrowed. When his heavenly demon incarnation was released, those 12 people's movements clearly paused for a moment. They clearly did not expect that their heavenly demon power would actually be firmly suppressed by Ling Xiao's heavenly demon power. This was not mentioned in the information that the Dragon Crown Prince gave them at all. Old Qin suddenly had a terrifying thought in his heart. He suddenly felt that what Ling Xiao said before was right. Heavenly Si Guangqiao was stupid. They were even more stupid than Heavenly Si Guangqiao. The Dragon Crown Prince was using them, and he was using them for nothing. He was simply sending them to their deaths. However, there was already no way out at this time. Riding a tiger, it was hard to get off. Ling Xiao could not possibly let them retreat unscathed. Once they attacked, they had to fight to the death. Otherwise, there was only death. Don't be afraid. Kill. Old Qin roared, and his aura skyrocketed. The other 11 people felt Old Qin's aura and also increased the heavenly demon power that they released outside their bodies at the same time. To them, the heavenly demon power was limited. The more they used, the less they would have. However, facing a powerful opponent like Ling Xiao, they had no choice at all. They had to go all out. Otherwise, only death was left for them. Kill, kill, kill. Their voices reverberated through the clouds. In this pitch-black foggy area, something seemed to have been startled awake. Under the sea, a huge black shadow squirmed for a moment, then quieted down again. 12 black blades slashed at Ling Xiao, not at the same time, but in picturesque disorder. The terrifying thing about the blade array was that if you attempted to block all the attacks in an instant, it was simply an impossible thing. Ling Xiao could feel that his surroundings were filled with eerie killing intent. Those black blades seemed to have a life of their own. They actually aimed at all the vital points on his body at just the right time. Heavenly Demon Claw. Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, he waved his palm and clawed forward with his claws. The heavenly demon power circulated. On the black heavenly demon claw, black light circulated. It tore open a space and collided with the black blades. Clang! The sound of the collision rang out. It was actually like the sound of metal clashing. Then, Ling Xiao discovered that a lot of his heavenly demon power was actually devoured by the black blades. Moreover, he was unable to repel his opponent. Instead, he was hit several times. Although he relied on his powerful mystic world body and heavenly demon incarnation to not be injured, he was still in a very sorry state. What a powerful blade array! This coordination is simply amazing. The 12 of you have probably been trained since young. What a pity. If you don't die, the 12 of you can really become very powerful. Although Ling Xiao was in a sorry state, there was a smile on his face. This kind of battle was Ling Xiao's favorite because the more difficult the battle, the more benefits he could obtain. Chapter 1635. At least you have good eyesight. The 11 of them are all orphans I adopted. They have been cultivating with me since they were 6 years old, honing this heavenly demon sword array. It has been more than 30 years. Do you really think you can break my heavenly demon sword array with your strength alone? Old Man Qin sneered, but his attack did not stop. Ling Xiao's body was constantly hit by the black blades, emitting a roaring sound. although there was no trace of injury left. But if this continues, Ling Xiao's heavenly demon incarnation will be passively removed. Because every time the other party attacked, he could absorb the heavenly demon power in his heavenly demon incarnation. This was really a headache for him. However, the other party seemed to be unsatisfied. Change formation. Condense the evil beast. Old Man Qin suddenly roared, and the 12 people changed their moves at the same time. They retreated, no longer besieging Ling Xiao, but merged the 12 black, heavenly demon power into one. In the void, a strange black beast was born. It looked like a dragon, like a tiger, and looked very strange. Evil beast, kill him. Old Man Qin roared, and the 12 people sat cross-legged on the ground at the same time, no longer attacking. Only the evil beast opened its eyes, roared at Ling Xiao, and then rushed towards Ling Xiao at an astonishing speed. This time, Ling Xiao did not dare to let the evil beast attack him. He could feel that the attack power of this evil beast was extremely terrifying. He could ignore the previous Black Blade attack, but this one absolutely could not be ignored. Once he was attacked, even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. This power was too terrifying. It was probably an evil beast condensed by the 12 people. Coupled with the increase in the power of the formation, it was naturally terrifying. Roar! The black evil beast roared, and then with a kick of its 4 legs, it instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's body. Body of light. Swift light, godly travel. Ling Xiao did not dare to meet it head-on, but chose to dodge. He had used his fastest speed. Just now, he had barely dodged this terrifying attack. However, the evil spirit beast's attack didn't end with just one attack. This fellow was like a maggot that stuck to Ling Xiao's bones. It wouldn't give up until it reached its goal. Ling Xiao's figure could only continuously dodge the encirclement of these 12 people. It seems like this evil beast is a phantom beast formed by the fusion of heavenly demon power and soul force. While dodging, Ling Xiao was still in the mood to ponder. Presumably, this kind of demonic beast requires a powerful soul force to be able to control. None of those 12 people can do it. They can only do it if they work together. At this moment, the 12 of them were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Only their soul force was constantly being released. Clearly, they had confirmed Ling Xiao's thoughts. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of a person. He raised his hand and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a strong sense of danger came from the side. Ling Xiao hastily gave up his attack. His figure flickered, and he quickly left the place where he had just been. Boom! Just a moment after he left, a terrifying energy shock wave erupted. The demonic beast was too fast. It didn't give Ling Xiao the slightest chance to attack. No wonder those people dared to sit there motionless. This heavenly demon saber array was really powerful. With the demonic beast, Ling Xiao could only run for his life. How could he have the opportunity to break the array? If someone was watching the battle from the side, then they would have discovered that on the warship, 2 lights, one black and one white, were constantly flashing at an astonishing speed. It was so fast that it was incomprehensible. This demonic beast's speed is not inferior to mine. Fortunately, when I faced the 100 Insects Demon King that day, I mastered the fusion of moves, which greatly increased my speed. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to admit defeat today. Although Ling Xiao was fine now, he had to admit that the demonic beast condensed by this heavenly demon saber array was really terrifying. His Tai Chi eye could see through the demonic beast's movement trajectory and even catch its attack pattern. But it was useless. That guy was too fast. He couldn't block it. He could only run. Moreover, if he slowed down, the demonic beast would catch up to him. He was surprised. However, how could Old Qin not be surprised? Old Qin was the most powerful person among the 12 who set up the array. He could still spare some time to pay attention to Ling Xiao's situation. He knew the demonic beast's speed. Even if a 7th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was trapped in the array, it was impossible for him to outrun the demonic beast. He might be able to block the attack, but his speed would definitely be slower. However, Ling Xiao was really too powerful. The demonic beast was chasing him, but it couldn't even touch him at all. This was something that old Qin didn't expect at all. He was a little regretful now. Should he have used the first array to continue weakening Ling Xiao before using the demonic beast? However, it was useless to regret. Ling Xiao probably wouldn't agree to take back what he had used. Moreover, it wasn't that easy. It was easy to change the array, but difficult to take it back. In this situation, they could only continue to fight to the death. They wanted to see if their soul power would be depleted first, or if Ling Xiao's inner strength would be depleted first. I'm not playing anymore. It's boring. Ling Xiao was originally looking forward to something new from the Sky Demon Sword Array. Unfortunately, it seemed like this was the limit of the Sky Demon Sword Array. Therefore, he didn't want to continue playing like this. He had already held the 10,000 Gate Array Refining Stone in his hand and was ready to release it. Then, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. What? When Old Man Qin saw this scene, he was really shocked. He knew that Ling Xiao was good at arrays, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to know how to refine arrays. This was a technique that only existed in the Immortal Court continent. Even if he was a formation grandmaster, he would not be able to do this. An ordinary array master needed a long time to set up an array. However, if one learned how to refine arrays, they could release the formation refining stone and succeed instantly. Although Old Qin knew this, he had only read about it in books. He had never seen someone use it with his own eyes. He didn't expect to see Ling Xiao release the formation refining stone today. This shock was no small matter. The 10,000 Gate Array was released. Ling Xiao's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the evil beast. Your soul power has been integrated into the body of this evil beast. I'm very interested. If it is killed, what will happen to you? Sky Demon Fist. Both fists directly blasted out. Without any fancy moves, the surging Sky Demon power poured out and smashed the evil beast's body until it was deformed. Puff, puff. Continuously, the warriors who set up the Sky Demon Sword Array began to vomit blood. The evil beast also seemed to have lost control and became listless. Your evil beast is very fast and its attack is very strong. However, it neglected its defense. This is its fatal flaw. Ling Xiao stood proudly in the void and looked at Old Qin indifferently, revealing a mocking smile. Chapter 1636. Your evil demonic beast is extremely fast and has powerful attacks, but its defense is basically zero. Ling Xiao pointed out the evil demonic beast's weakness in one sentence. Old Qin knew that Ling Xiao was right. However, they already knew about this weakness, but they did not care. Ever since the evil demonic beast was formed, none of their enemies could touch the evil demonic beast as long as it was released. Since they could not touch it, was there a need to defend? All he needed was an extremely powerful attack. However, all of this became the real weakness and flaw in front of Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was absolutely fatal. Seeing the evil demonic beast being torn apart by Ling Xiao, the 12 of them spat out blood, and their faces were ghastly pale. Ling Xiao knew that he did not need to waste any more effort. His opponent's strength was due to the heavenly demon saber formation. Among the 12 of them, only Old Qin could unleash the strength of a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. The remaining 11 of them were only at the 3rd-level Yin-Yang realm. Without the heavenly demon saber formation, they were not worthy of being Ling Xiao's opponent. You said that you set up a trap for me. Don't tell me it's just the heavenly demon saber formation? If that's the case, then aren't you a little too stupid? How can this thing trap me? If it isn't, I'm curious what other tricks you have. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Old Qin coldly. He even withdrew his heavenly demon avatar. There was no need for him to use his heavenly demon avatar against these obviously injured trash. Blood sacrifice. Old Qin suddenly clenched his teeth and roared in anger and helplessness. Yes, the 11 of them actually stabbed the daggers in their hands into their bodies after hearing Old Qin's words. Fresh blood flowed on the deck, and a strange pattern gradually formed. This made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. It seemed like his opponent really had a more terrifying trick up his sleeve. Originally, I didn't want to use this trick. After all, these 11 people are disciples that I've nurtured for more than 30 years. How could I bear to let them sacrifice themselves? However, I understand that if you don't die today, none of us will live. Therefore, their sacrifice is valuable and heroic. Old Man Qin slowly stood up. As the strange pattern became more and more obvious, the energy within his body seemed to be continuously condensing. Under the ship, in the deep sea, the dark shadow became even more agitated. You make it sound so nice, but you're just asking your disciples to risk their lives to protect you. Someone like you, whoever becomes your disciple is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Ling Xiao looked at Old Man Qin with disdain. This person was really shameless. In order to survive, he actually sacrificed the lives of 11 of his disciples. He even made himself sound so noble. It was disgusting to hear it. So what? Give this old man another 30 years, and I will be able to nurture another 11 disciples of the same level. As long as this old man doesn't die, the number of disciples will continue. Old Man Qin coldly looked at Ling Xiao. His body suddenly floated in midair, and a terrifying amount of heavenly demonic energy continuously poured into his body. Around the warship, terrifying waves began to rise. Crack. Finally, the deck was smashed by something. In an instant, it was reduced to dust. Ling Xiao could only see a huge tentacle. There's something strange in the sea. Ling Xiao also floated up, standing in the void, calmly looking at everything. Although I'm not a saint, it's really disgusting to let a shameless person like you live. Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked at Old Man Qin indifferently. If he didn't kill this person, it would really go against his principles. Ha ha ha, you still want to kill me? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Old Man Qin laughed loudly. Then, in the void, a huge mouth opened and directly swallowed him. Ling Xiao could only see a black shadow that was like a small mountain. It was at least 50 to 60 meters tall. An ordinary person would probably not be able to see the end of it. As Old Man Qin was swallowed by that thing, that guy's eyes suddenly turned scarlet red, and he actually spoke human language. My 11 disciples sacrificed their lives to awaken the deep-sea monster. You're dead for sure. The voice became even more coarse, and every word that was spoken would cause huge waves in the surroundings. The original ship had already been reduced to pieces. Deep-sea monster? Its body is ridiculously big, but is it really strong? Ling Xiao looked at the big guy contemptuously, then suddenly laughed and said, "Since you let me see such a fun thing, then I'll let you see a new thing." Then, with a thought, a talisman flew out from his body. This talisman was completely blood red, completely different from ordinary talismans. When the talisman flew out, it was only the size of a thumb. Then it grew with the wind and turned into a square of 1 square meter. Blood Soul Talisman. You even have the Blood Soul Talisman of the Immortal Court. That's something that only the Celestial Master Sect of the Immortal Court can refine. You guy, who exactly are you? A terrified voice burst out from the huge monster's mouth. It seemed that this Blood Soul Talisman was quite famous, but not everyone could refine it. On the Blood Soul Talisman, a dark divine dragon pattern was imprinted on it, and the dark purple hell dragon fire was burning continuously. It was not static, but moving. Hee, I didn't expect you to recognize the Blood Soul Talisman. I haven't used this thing since I refined it. I call it the Hell Dragon Talisman. The name is good, right? Very domineering, right? On Ling Xiao's face, there was an excited smile like a child who got a new toy. That old Qin originally thought that by sacrificing 11 disciples to awaken the deep-sea monster, he could defeat Ling Xiao. At this time, he was horrified to find that Ling Xiao was not only powerful, he also had the legendary super terrifying Blood Soul Talisman. Old Qin did not know how terrifying it was, because he had never seen the power of the Blood Soul Talisman. But his master had once told him, if you see someone using the Blood Soul Talisman, run away quickly. He did not know where his master's fear came from, but his master's words had never been wrong. Old Qin, who was originally full of confidence, actually began to retreat and wanted to escape. It's too late to escape now, isn't it? Ling Xiao sneered. Then with a thought, the Hell Dragon Talisman shot through the air. In an instant, it grew with the wind and became dozens of square meters. Old Qin saw that the situation was bad, and he controlled the deep-sea monster's huge tentacles to swing out, trying to knock the Hell Dragon Talisman away. But in an instant, the two huge tentacles, which were dozens of meters long, were sucked in the moment they touched the Hell Dragon Talisman. A dragon's roar rang out, and then black flames rolled. The two huge tentacles were turned to ashes, and even the souls on the tentacles were pulled into the Hell Dragon Talisman. Chapter 1637. The tentacles of the deep-sea monsters could regenerate, but there had to be a spiritual connection. But the Hell Dragon Talisman had sucked the tentacle's soul away. Even if it had the ability to regenerate, it could not be done. As expected of a deep-sea monster. The heavenly demon's power contained in these two tentacles is really powerful. I heard that this monster has mutated because it ate the corpse of a heavenly demon. That's why it looks like this. I thought it was just a joke, but now it seems like it might be true. Ling Xiao was still standing there. He did not even need to move. With just a thought, the Hell Dragon Talisman would attack. Old Man Qin was shocked and terrified. He finally knew why his master had told him to run when he saw a warrior with a Blood Soul Talisman. This was really too scary. The scariest thing about the Blood Soul Talisman was that it was a talisman that could grow. It was different from ordinary talismans. As long as it killed the enemy, it could absorb the enemy's energy and grow continuously. If it was energy of the same attribute, the growth would be faster. For example, Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon Talisman was of the dark and fire attribute. So when it encountered fire and dark attribute energy, it was like rain after a long drought. Absorbing it was simply too satisfying. The best part was that the Blood Soul Talisman was connected to the warrior's soul. It was like an organ in the warrior's body. Although the warrior would suffer a huge blow after being injured, or even die directly, but the growth of the Blood Soul Talisman would also bring great benefits to the warrior. Everything had its pros and cons. If not for the confidence in their own soul power, most people would not dare to refine the Blood Soul Talisman. It was too dangerous. If not done well, it would become their biggest weakness. Those who dared to use the Blood Soul Talisman were definitely terrifying people. Old Man Qin now completely believed his master's words. He turned around, stirred up huge waves, and fled into the distance. But how could Ling Xiao let him go? While controlling the Hell Dragon Talisman to chase, Ling Xiao also gave chase. Old Man Qin saw that Ling Xiao was so persistent. He released his remaining 6 tentacles and attacked the Hell Dragon Talisman at the same time. He thought that no matter how strong the Hell Dragon Talisman was, there had to be a limit. With Ling Xiao's cultivation, he might only be able to destroy 2 tentacles. However, this was clearly just wishful thinking. In an instant, another 3 tentacles were sucked into the diabolical dragon talisman. The remaining 3 tentacles were burned by the flames and hurriedly retracted. If it didn't shrink back, the deep-sea monster wouldn't even be able to swim. How could he escape? It's useless. You've already pissed me off. There's no way you can escape. Ling Xiao's cold voice was like the beckoning of death, causing Old Man Qin's entire body to tremble. He understood now. That stupid dragon crown prince didn't even understand Ling Xiao's strength. What about Ling Xiao's strength being on par with the #1 hero? It was complete nonsense. Disregarding everything else, even the 10 strongest elites would not be able to withstand the Hell Dragon Talisman. He had been killed. F***CK. Right now, he only wanted to escape to the Heavenly Demon cult's lair. With the Heavenly Demon's protection, he believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to do anything to him. At most, he would just hide when he saw this brat in the future. Ling Xiao, you and I have no enmity. Why do you have to force me? I'm not your match. Why can't you let me live? I won't be your enemy in the future. The deep-sea monster let out a voice that was close to begging for mercy. Now you want to beg for mercy? Why were you so fierce just now? If you can't beat me, then you say you have no enmity with me. What were you doing earlier? Didn't I tell you not to attack? Ling Xiao sneered. He was speechless towards this kind of idiot. If you can beat me, then I'll kill you. If you can't beat me, then you say you have no enmity with me and let me go. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Huff, the sound of flames rang out again. The last 3 tentacles of the pitiful deep-sea monster were sucked into the Hell Dragon Talisman. The deep-sea monster floated in the stormy ocean, no longer able to move. Ling Xiao stood on the head of the deep-sea monster, coldly looking down at it. Don't worry. If you die, I'll tell your heavenly demon cult that the Dragon Crown Prince of the Water God Temple sent you to your deaths. That way, you'll die a worthy death. I'm just taking someone's money to get rid of a disaster. Why do you have to be so resolute? It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. There's no benefit in killing you. Old Man Qin no longer had any desire to fight with Ling Xiao. He only wanted to live. He only wanted Ling Xiao to spare his life. No one wanted to die, especially Old Man Qin, who had lived for 70 or 80 years. He didn't want to die even more. The difficulty of cultivation was something he had personally experienced. If he died like this, he would feel that it wasn't worth it. I, Ling Xiao, have a lot of friends. I really don't care about a shameless guy like you. I, Ling Xiao, also have a lot of enemies. I'm not afraid of adding another heavenly demon cult. Oh right, even if your heavenly demon cult doesn't come looking for me, I'll go look for you. Ling Xiao was very hostile towards the heavenly demons that lived in the mystic world. Once these existences that came from outside the mystic world recovered their strength, they would definitely set off a storm of blood in the mystic world. And as someone who wanted to unify the mystic world, he couldn't tolerate the existence of such dangerous elements. What's more, heavenly demons were very good nourishment for him. You forced me to do this. Old Man Qin had no choice but to go crazy. An astonishingly terrifying power suddenly gushed out of the deep-sea monster's body. Want to self-destruct? Not so easy. With a thought from Ling Xiao, the Hell Dragon Talisman suddenly grew to several hundred meters in size and directly sucked in the deep-sea monster. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from the Hell Dragon Talisman. Although the Hell Dragon Talisman shook violently in the sky, it wasn't damaged. Old Man Qin wasn't dead yet. He realized in despair that his final effort had been for naught. He knew that Ling Xiao would do this, but he was hoping that the self-destruction of the deep-sea monster would directly destroy the Hell Dragon Talisman. That way, he might have a little more hope of escaping. But reality was too cruel. He didn't even have the slightest hope. Although enough energy could indeed destroy the Hell Dragon Talisman. But it was a pity that the self-destruction of the deep-sea monster wasn't at that level. Stop messing around. It's all over. Just obediently become nourishment for the Hell Dragon Talisman. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Old Man Qin and the Blood Soul Talisman. Then, with a thought, an even more violent black flame swept over. It completely devoured everything. Slowly devour and then purify. That way, you can better become my nourishment. Ling Xiao kept the Hell Dragon Talisman, but he didn't extract any energy from it. This kind of mixed energy needed to be cultivated and transformed over time before it could be completely transformed into his own power. The Hell Dragon Talisman had the effect of purifying and refining external energy, so he just needed to wait. When the time came, success would follow naturally and he could directly absorb it. It was much better than hastily transforming it now. Not only was it safe, but it also wouldn't affect his own energy structure. Chapter 1638. After wiping out the 12 from the Sky Demon cult, Ling Xiao turned and returned to Lastful Joy Immortal Island. Finding that the others had yet to come out of Lastful Joy's secret realm, he instructed the person in charge of the island, "I'll head to Dragon Phoenix Mountain first. Those who qualify for the White Tiger meet are to meet me at Dragon Phoenix Mountain once they come out of Lastful Joy's secret realm." His words were simple, and he didn't explain why he wanted to go first. However, the martial artists of Lastful Joy Immortal Island knew that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor was going to the White Tiger continent as the vanguard. After that, Ling Xiao stepped into the immemorial teleportation portal and spent more than 1,000,000 inferior-grade spirit stones to teleport directly to the White Tiger continent. 1,000,000 inferior-grade spirit stones was a considerable sum. That was why the immemorial teleportation portal could only be used for individual martial artists. It was unrealistic to use it for a large army. He had to find the 8 temporal crystals on the White Tiger continent, and completely repair the portal for large-scale teleportation. Ling Xiao's goal for going to the White Tiger continent was very clear: to kill the Dragon Prince and the others. Since he had learned from the Sky Demon cult and Sky Si Kuangchao that the Dragon Prince was the real culprit behind this assassination, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. He naturally wouldn't let him go. Ling Xiao's logic was simple: I'll kill anyone who wants to kill me. He didn't have that senseless sympathy or pity. The Dragon Prince must die. He would do it even in front of all the martial artists of Dragon Phoenix Mountain. No one could stop him. Dragon Phoenix Mountain was a sect located at the edge of the White Tiger continent, closest to the Dragon Phoenix continent. Even in the Tianhai Empire, it was considered a third-rate sect and ranked in the middle or lower. Fortunately, it was still in the mainstream. In a country like the Tianhai Empire, there were many sects that weren't in the mainstream. The Dragon Prince, the #1 hero, and some young martial artist from the Water God Temple were all staying in the elegant pavilion where Dragon Phoenix Mountain's VIPs stayed. There was a sinister glint in their eyes right now. They had just received a report from a scout from Lastful Joy Immortal Island that Ling Xiao had killed Sky Si Kuangchao and annihilated the Sky Demon cult's 12. Dragon Prince, why don't we return to the Water Spirit Temple? No matter how strong that Ling Xiao is, he won't dare cause trouble in the Water Spirit Temple. A young martial artist said with some fear. Trash. The Dragon Crown Prince suddenly struck out with his palm. The young martial artist was injured and fell to the ground, his face full of fear. Don't forget where this is. This is the White Tiger continent. The Profound World's laws are completely different from the Dragon Phoenix continents. Previously, when we were in the Divine Phoenix continent, we didn't dare to display our full strength for fear that we would go against the rules. But now, everything is different. We must avenge the deaths of the 7th and 2nd heroes. The Dragon Crown Prince was surrounded by a terrifying blue aura. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely notice that the Dragon Crown Prince was actually a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of Yin Yang realm. Not bad. #1 hero also gritted his teeth and released a terrifying aura from his body. His true cultivation base was the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm. Although he was not as powerful as the Dragon Crown Prince, he was still very powerful. Furthermore, do you all really think that Ling Xiao can reach the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? The Dragon Crown Prince suddenly sneered. Don't forget about that crazy ownerless land. Senior brother, are you talking about the Sin territory? #1 hero asked. That's right. There's a Sin city on the Divine Phoenix continent, but it's actually just a city built by trash who escaped from the Sin territory. Compared to the terrifying Sin territory, it's nothing. There's no justice there. The only reason is one's fist. Whoever's fist is bigger will be able to walk out alive. Otherwise, you can only be trapped there for the rest of your life or be killed directly. The Dragon Crown Prince sneered. According to the Profound World's laws of the White Tiger continent, martial artists who come here for the first time must undergo the baptism of the Sin territory. No matter if you fly, run, or even use a teleportation formation, you can't avoid passing through that place. Ling Xiao, that arrogant and conceited fellow, will definitely die a horrible death there. Even if he doesn't die, he'll probably lose a layer of skin. At that time, it'll be easier for us to deal with him. #1 hero smiled with an excited expression. Those young martial artists who originally wanted to escape from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain and return to the Water Spirit Temple didn't say a word. They were martial artists who were born and raised on the White Tiger continent. They still knew a little about the terror of the Sin territory. All right, don't think so much. Let's stroll around the streets and have a good meal. Then, we'll start cultivating. When that Ling Xiao arrives, this Crown Prince will probably break through. At that time, I'll have more confidence. The Dragon Crown Prince smiled, then got up and walked out. When he reached the door, he saw a few servant girls tidying up a room nearby. The Dragon Crown Prince casually asked, "Is there an important guest?" Reporting to the Dragon Crown Prince, it said that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire is coming and also wants to stay in this elegant pavilion. The higher-ups ordered us to tidy up the room. That servant girl hurriedly reported, "His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor?" A little bug jumping around on the Heavenly Dragon continent is worthy of living with this crown prince? Scram. He's here. It's enough for him to live in the servant's house below. When the dragon crown prince heard the name Ling Xiao, he became angry and coldly stared at the servant girls and roared. The servant girls were in a dilemma. They didn't know how to dare. The dragon crown prince angrily attacked. The few water spirit temple martial artists beside him didn't stop him. Their water spirit temple was an upper-middle sect and could be considered a second-rate sect. This dragon phoenix mountain was just an upper-middle sect, a third-rate sect. They weren't afraid at all. Stop. At this moment, an old man's voice sounded. Then, a terrifying palm energy formed a big palm print in front of the servant girls and completely dissolved the dragon crown prince's attack. Esteemed dragon phoenix? Humph. You old man didn't help us when we were in the divine phoenix continent. At that time, we didn't dare to use our full strength, so we were respectful to you. Now that we're in the white tiger continent, do you really think you're very powerful? As the dragon crown prince spoke, he coldly snorted and his palm energy exploded again. Esteemed dragon phoenix was pushed back a few meters and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. You're just at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? I didn't kill you today because I'm still working with the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Hurry up and get rid of all of you. This isn't a place for beggars. The Dragon Crown Prince looked at esteemed Dragon Phoenix and sneered coldly. Now that he thought about it, he was really aggrieved. When he was in the Divine Phoenix continent, he couldn't use his full strength and was bullied badly by Ling Xiao. Now that he was back in the White Tiger continent, he could vent his anger. He didn't even have to give esteemed Dragon Phoenix face. Let's go. Although Lord Long Huang was angry in his heart, it was useless. If he was weaker, he had no right to speak. Even if this was the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, he couldn't do anything to the Dragon Crown Prince. Chapter 1639. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, I'm waiting for you. This trash, to come and find me. Perhaps because he repelled esteemed Lord Long Huang with one palm. The Dragon Crown Prince appeared very excited, laughing crazily and rampant. It was as if in that instant, the one he repelled was not esteemed Lord Long Huang, but Ling Xiao. But probably in his view, Ling Xiao might not even be as good as esteemed Lord Long Huang. Sin Domain, an extremely chaotic place. The various forces contending here was simply a miniature version of the White Tiger continent. Here, you could see martial artists from any country in the 4 great empires. Killing, conspiracies, murder, they practically became the main theme here. Of course, the Sin Domain was not all bad. This place was the most chaotic place in the White Tiger continent, and also the largest black market in the White Tiger continent. Medicinal pills, martial technique manuals, magic treasures, martial souls, pet beasts, slaves, and so on. You could find it all here. Hence, there were people coming and going here virtually every day, bustling with noise and excitement. There was no so-called off-season at all. Today, a new guest came to the Sin Domain. His clothes were as white as snow, and his long black hair was draped over his shoulders. His handsome face revealed a bit of experience. His eyes even contained incomparable cunning and wisdom. Walking on the road, his aura was no different from a passerby, but occasionally, it could exude a terrifying domineering aura and killing intent. He was naturally Ling Xiao. I didn't expect that I actually still have to walk over from here. Ling Xiao frowned. Coming out of the transmission array, he saw the Sin Domain several miles away at a glance. This place was simply no different from a country. The various buildings could be distinguished from far away. There were only 2 colors overall, either black or white. In the monotony, but it revealed some austere. But it's good too. I was just about to look for time crystals. This Sin Domain is said to be an ownerless land dozens of times larger than Sin City. I might be able to find it here. Immediately, Ling Xiao's brows smoothed out. Although he very much wanted to go and exterminate the Dragon Crown Prince right now, he did not come to the White Tiger continent for just that one matter. Searching for time crystals and helping the people behind open up a path was also what he had to do. It was rumored that the Sin Domain was extremely terrifying. He, Ling Xiao, Really wanted to try it out today and see just how terrifying it was. Disciple, Master wants to remind you, in this sin domain, you must not have any compassion. Here, pity was stupidity. It was something that had been completely abandoned. This was truly a place of darkness, much darker than you could ever imagine. Even if you have the slightest bit of kindness or compassion, it can bring you a fatal disaster. The Yuan Venerate, who had been silent all this while, suddenly reminded Luo Yunyang. Master was nearly tricked back then. Fortunately, I was strong enough to avoid death. Master, do you think I'm a good person? Ling Xiao suddenly asked with a smile. It doesn't look like it. Yuan Venerate fell silent for a moment before replying. However, you aren't a black and white bad guy. You do things your own way. You have a cruel side, but you also have a gentle and kind side. You've done a lot of good deeds to save people, although others don't know about it. However, I am very clear. But that won't work here. All right, I seem to understand what you mean, Master. I won't meddle in other people's business. In any case, I'm not a saint who bemoans the state of the universe, nor am I a great hero who likes to play the role of a savior. I am just me, a martialist who wants to constantly become stronger. Protecting the people I want to protect and protecting the things I want to protect is enough. Ling Xiao believed in Yuan Venerate. His master had walked on more bridges than he had eaten salt. Believing in an experienced person would definitely not be wrong. That's right. That's how it should be. Yuan Venerate never wanted his disciple to be a good person or a saint who spread sympathy everywhere. After all, such people would not only not live long, but they would also be easily used by others. His disciple only needed to be like he was now, an ambitious person who could protect himself and the people around him. Doing things his own way would be enough. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked towards the Sin Domain. The Sin Domain didn't have a door, unlike Sin City. This was a strange region where the gravity would suddenly increase by thousands of times. Even yin-yang realm martialists wouldn't be able to fly here. Those with weaker cultivation would find it difficult to even walk after entering this place. Therefore, the weakest martialists in the Sin Domain were at least at the first level of yin-yang realm. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the Sin Domain, he could clearly feel the terrifying gravity pulling his body down. However, it only took a moment. Not only was his cultivation strong, but his body was also very strong. In a short while, he had already completely adapted to this terrifying gravity. Even though he couldn't fly, walking or running was very easy. The moment he entered the Sin Domain, Ling Xiao discovered many figures, spacious streets, and all sorts of strange buildings. This made his eyes light up. The style of this place was really different from any other place on the Sky Dragon continent or the Divine Phoenix continent. Strolling around was a pretty good choice. Ouch! As Ling Xiao sped up and ran forward, an exaggerated scream was suddenly heard. Then, Ling Xiao discovered an old woman in her 70s or 80s lying in front of him. Ling Xiao was sure that he hadn't met this person. However, this person pointed at him and said that he had bumped into her. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in the face of this scam. There was a similar scene in his memories from the other world. However, it was the person who opened the iron box who was scammed. He didn't even have a pet to ride and was actually scammed. He just glanced at that person coldly, then went around and continued moving forward. He never had any sympathy for shameless people, not to mention that this was the Sin Domain. Who knew what the other party was up to? Whoosh! Pa! Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through the air. It was fast, accurate, and powerful. The sound of the arrow piercing through the air was mixed with terrifying killing intent. The person who shot the arrow clearly wanted Ling Xiao's life. Ling Xiao gently moved his body to the side. The arrow actually sank about a foot into the stone road. Basically, only the feather was still trembling outside. What a strong internal force, what a ruthless method. He clearly wants to kill me. Ling Xiao had a strong killing intent. He had never been merciful to people who tried to kill him. It was just that he hadn't figured out the opponent's strength, so he didn't immediately attack. However, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd, as if they were very puzzled by Ling Xiao's ability to dodge the arrow. Brat, you've injured someone, and you plan to leave just like that? The person who shot the arrow squeezed out of the crowd. It was a strong man. There were dozens of people beside him, all of them wearing leather armor and holding bows and arrows. It seemed that they relied on this kind of business to make a living. "Which eye of yours saw me hit someone?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. Chapter 1640. You're the one who bumped into me. Io, my heart hurts so much. I feel like I'm about to die. Heroes, please uphold justice for this old woman. I'm just an old woman with no one to rely on. I earn some money by doing housework for others. Now that I've been injured, how am I supposed to live? The old woman lying on the ground pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Did you hear that? Everyone else said that you bumped into her. Do you think an old woman would slander you?" That's right, that's right. I saw it too. This brat doesn't have eyes when he's running. He wants to run away after bumping into someone. Make him kneel down and apologize to the old woman. What's the use of apologizing? He needs to compensate. That's right. If you don't even think about leaving. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. There was no need to ask. These people were basically in the same group. There were even some who didn't mind watching the show. He walked to the position of the arrow and pulled it out. Then, he walked over to the old woman and asked indifferently, "I'll give you a chance. Did I bump into you or not?" "You did. Look, my bones are all broken," the old woman shouted. Ling Xiao smiled and asked, "Then how much do you want as compensation?" "At least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." "No, 100,000. Otherwise, I won't be able to live for the rest of my life." The old woman said loudly, "Since you can't live anymore, you might as well die." After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand and the arrow pierced the old woman's throat. The old woman never dreamed that a yin-yang realm expert like her would die just because she tried to scam others. At the moment of her death, she was filled with fear and regret. She had met so many people, but this was the first time she had met such a terrifying and straightforward person. This guy didn't have the slightest bit of pity or sympathy. All right, she's already dead. There's no need to compensate. Besides, you're the ones who killed her. This arrow is the evidence. Ling Xiao stood up and shrugged. Then, he smiled. "Bastard, do you know what you've done?" The archer did not expect that a rookie who had just arrived in Sin Domain would actually be so daring. They had always been doing this kind of business, and most of the martial artists who had just arrived in Sin Domain, even if they were stronger, to avoid trouble, they would spend money to avoid calamities. But this kid was simply incomprehensible. Who would do something like that? He knocked 3 arrows on his bow and aimed at Ling Xiao. The others also drew their bows and aimed their arrows at Ling Xiao. Some of them were holding sharp blades, ready to pounce at any moment. Originally, you only needed to pay 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. But now, not only do you have to hand over everything you have to die. The first cultivator who shot the arrow roared at Ling Xiao. A bunch of trash gathered together and only know how to do the things that trash do. Ling Xiao looked at those people with contempt, as if he had no intention of making a move. Many unrelated people had already gathered around, but these people had no intention of meddling in other people's business. They were just here to watch the show. They wanted to see how a rookie would be killed by these people. It was as though every day, such a scene would happen in the Sin Domain. They had seen it many times, and thus did not find it strange. Hee, Master, I seem to like this kind of place a little. Everything is done so straightforwardly. If this had happened elsewhere, I wouldn't have been able to kill that old woman. Otherwise, I would have definitely attracted the attention of the City Patrol Division. It's much simpler here. I gave her a chance to tell the truth. She didn't cherish it, so she can only die. Ling Xiao's face revealed an excited smile. To him, the Sin Domain was truly a good place. For some people, this place was heaven. For others, this place was hell. Obviously, Ling Xiao treated this place as heaven. Looks like you've adapted very quickly. You're much better than I was back in the day. I also encountered a similar situation back then, and actually foolishly gave that old man a large sum of money. However, I was targeted by an even more terrifying fellow because of this. If I hadn't been strong enough to defeat the enemy in the end, I wouldn't have been able to be your master. The Yuan Venerate was very satisfied with Ling Zhao's performance. This was what a disciple of a Yuan Venerate should do. Release the arrows. The crowd roared furiously. Dozens of arrows tore through the void and shot toward Ling Zhao. However, Ling Zhao didn't even move. The arrows felt like tickles when they hit his body. He didn't even feel any pain, let alone get hurt. A mystic world body was indeed valiant. He simply didn't care about a bunch of first-level yin-yang martialists. Let me tell you something. It's best to figure out your opponent's strength before making a move. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Ling Zhao smirked and shot back the arrows that had fallen to the ground with a wave of his hand. In an instant, dozens of first-level yin-yang martialists had their throats pierced by the arrows and turned into corpses. Only the leader of the group had a slightly stronger cultivation base. He was also a little more shameless, as he used a passerby beside him as a shield to save his life. Then, he turned to flee. Isn't it a little too late to escape now? Your sins can only be washed away with death. Shadow all. The shadow all that passed through the gaps in the crowd instantly pierced that person's body. That person's entire body was smashed into pieces, and he no longer looked like a human. After Ling Zhao's cultivation base had increased, the might of the shadow all had become even more terrifying. Even he was a little surprised. Then, Ling Zhao checked the corpses and realized that none of them had a storage ring. It seemed like the martialists of the White Tiger continent had a higher cultivation base than those of the Divine Phoenix continent. However, a rare item like a storage ring was still something that only high-leveled martial artists were worthy of possessing. They also couldn't go to the Divine Phoenix continent or the Sky Dragon continent to plunder. After all, the laws of those two continents were different, and they might even lose their lives. He took the other party's spirit stones. Ling Zhao turned around calmly and walked toward the street ahead. The onlookers who had been blocking the road hurriedly moved aside, afraid of angering this murderous young man. It wasn't until Ling Zhao's figure disappeared into the crowd that the place suddenly became lively. Ha ha ha, fun, really fun. That kid looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. I didn't expect him to be so terrifyingly powerful and so valiant. He didn't even blink when killing people. Hee hee, that's right. I didn't expect it either. However, such a person should live very comfortably in the Sin domain. The discussions of the crowd were actually not criticizing Ling Zhao with righteous indignation, nor were they sympathizing with the dozens of people who had been killed. Instead, they praised Ling Zhao for being decisive and ruthless. Only the Sin domain would have such a unified view. Chapter 1641. Ling Zhao coldly killed dozens of people. This kind of thing was praised by everyone in the Sin domain, which was simply inconceivable. If it was placed in the outside world, there would definitely be people who were very dissatisfied with Ling Zhao's way of doing things, and might even take action. It was just that whether it was the discussions in the Sin domain or the discussions outside, Ling Zhao was not interested in listening. When he stepped into the Sin domain, his goal was very clear, and that was the time crystal. Therefore, he directly headed to the largest auction house in the Sin domain. What he did not expect was that this auction house was actually also owned by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. The scale was so large that it was 4 to 5 times larger than the Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent's auction houses. I wonder who created this Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. It's actually so powerful that even a place like the Sin domain has their auction house. Ling Zhao thought in his heart as he walked in the direction of the auction house. However, when he reached the door, he was given a fright. Outside the auction house, there were actually 4 long lines, each of which was at least 1,000 meters long. At the door, there were 4 auction house clerks verifying your identity. Only by confirming that you had enough spirit stones on you, and were not here to cause trouble, would you have the qualifications to enter. In the crowd, clamoring sounds came again and again. Ling Zhao could not help but be a little curious. He lined up at the back of a line and asked about the situation. Only now did he know that his luck was pretty good to be able to catch the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's annual auction. The so-called annual auction was an auction that was only held once a year. A large number of precious items were reserved for this day and auctioned off at the same time. It was precisely because of this that so many people gathered here. Ling Xiao thought that since he caught up with this so-called general auction, then the time crystal should not be missed. Coming to the Sin domain once, he did not want to leave empty-handed. Why are there so few people over there? Ling Xiao looked at the dense crowd and really did not have the mood to continue lining up. He did not know how long he would have to wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the side. Only then did he discover that about 10 meters away from the dense crowd, there was an even more gorgeous door. He thought that this side was the door, but he did not expect that it was over there. The door over there was even bigger and more luxurious, but there were very few people lining up. That's a place only those who hold the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's VIP waste token have the qualifications to enter. You, brat, can forget about it. A brawny man looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of the waste token that Princess Yunya had given him and couldn't help but take it out. What? You actually have a VIP waste token. Moreover, it's actually a heaven-grade VIP waste token. Just who the hell are you? Of course, Ling Xiao would not answer him. After confirming that he indeed had the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's VIP waste token in his hand, he turned around and walked over. In that place, outside the spacious passage, there stood dozens of black-clothed martial artists with cold faces. The terrifying aura that only a yin-yang realm martial artist could have erupted from their bodies. Moreover, the weakest one should be at the second level of the yin-yang realm. The leader might even be a fifth-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The White Tiger continent was indeed different from the Divine Phoenix continent. The guards of a small auction house were actually so powerful. If they were placed in the Divine Phoenix continent, they would be considered top-notch strength. Get lost. Ling Xiao had just walked over when he was shouted at by a voice. He frowned. The voice came from behind him. Ling Xiao turned around and saw a young man with a gloomy expression. He was about 27 or 28 years old, and his cultivation was at the fourth level of the yin-yang realm. If he were placed in the Divine Phoenix continent, he would definitely be one of the best. However, Ling Xiao wasn't too sure about the White Tiger continent. Are you talking to me? Ling Xiao didn't recognize this person. His expression was a little cold. Hey, quick, look. That brat is stupid. He even dares to provoke the Heavy Water Tower's young master. The Heavy Water Tower should be one of the two branches of the Water Sacred Hall, right? The Tower Master is the Water Sacred Hall's guardian Heavy Water? That's right. The Heavy Water Tower's young master is called Young Master Tianhai Yun. He's the son of Guardian Heavy Water. It's said that this young master Tianhai Yun defiled a beauty at the third level of the yin-yang realm a few days ago. That person seems to be from the Divine Phoenix continent. TSK. What a beast. He defiled a woman in front of tens of thousands of people. How infuriating. Although this person spoke indignantly, his face revealed a sinister smile. Indeed, it was not easy to find someone with a sense of justice in the Sin domain. There aren't many third-level yin-yang realm cultivators in the Divine Phoenix continent. He must be a reputable person. Yes, I think he's a vice dean of the Phoenix Academy. I don't know his name. Hearing these people's discussions, Ling Xiao's expression turned even colder as he looked at young master Tianhai Yun. Xiao Chun and the Water Sacred Hall were like fire and water. Yet, this young master Tianhai Yun actually dared to tell him to scram? Just based on this point, even if Xiao Chun didn't kill him, Xiao Chun had to teach him a lesson. Not to mention, this guy really wasn't a good person. Although Ling Xiao was ferocious, he had a bottom line. At the very least, he wouldn't casually defile a woman's purity. It was true that the Phoenix Academy was his enemy, but he didn't have the slightest bit of happiness right now. The vice dean of the Phoenix Academy was defiled by this young master Tianhai Yun in front of tens of thousands of people. Could it be that the dean of the Phoenix Academy, Ming Huang, was dead? He didn't understand. If he couldn't even protect his vice dean, what kind of man was this Ming Huang? If it were him, this young master Tianhai Yun would have already turned into ashes. He would even kill his way to the Water Sacred Hall to destroy them. That Phoenix Academy is one of the major powers in the Divine Phoenix Empire. How could they be bullied like this? Great power, my ass. Although they do have experts, the majority of them are only at the heavenly passage realm. Why would they dare to provoke the Water Divine Hall? I was there that day, and I saw that many people from the Divine Phoenix Academy were actually looking at them with green eyes. Hearing this, Ling Xiao wasn't surprised at all. An academy that abandoned all its students and only took away its higher-ups. How noble could they be? They were simply a group of scum. Even if they were alive, they would be a disgrace to the Divine Phoenix Empire. That brat is probably done for. The surrounding crowd all had expressions of watching a show. They felt sorrow for Ling Xiao's fate. That's right. This young master is talking to a trash like you. You're a cultivator from the Divine Phoenix continent, right? Oh, right. I heard that it's now the Dragon Phoenix continent. But no matter what it's become, it's still trash. Young Master Tianhai Yun looked at Ling Xiao with contempt and said, telling you to scram is giving you face. Otherwise, even if this young master killed you, no one would dare to fart. Then you can try. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed into slits. This was a sign that he was going to kill someone. The two of you. This is the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. Please conduct yourselves with dignity. The guard captain standing guard outside the Heavenly Dragon Auction House finally spoke. He held a blade in his arms and walked over. Then, he coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, this is a place only VIPs can enter. If you have a VIP token, please show it. Chapter 1642. Haha, I say, big brother captain. Look at this kid's poor appearance. Do you think he's the kind of person who has a VIP waste token? Young Master Tianhai seemed to be somewhat afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, so he did not find trouble with Ling Xiao, but his words were not pleasant to hear. However, what he said actually made sense to a certain extent. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House's VIP waste tokens were divided into 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Human. Each grade was further divided into 3 grades. Even the lowest grade VIP waste token required at least 100 million low-grade spirit stones to be obtained. Of course, young Master Tianhai did not know that the profits Ling Xiao brought to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, as well as the expectations for the future, were not something that could be measured with spirit stones. Therefore, in the next moment, young Master Tianhai's arrogant and complacent expression instantly became incomparably awkward. What Ling Xiao took out was not only a VIP waste token, but also a Heaven Grade 3 VIP waste token. This was the highest grade waste token among all the VIPs. And young Master Tianhai's VIP waste token was only a Heaven Grade 1. The worst kind. Is this okay? Ling Xiao glanced at the guard captain and asked. The captain of the guards was also shocked. This was the first time he encountered a Heaven Grade VIP. It was said that this level of VIP could only be found in the Hell continent and the Immortal Lyceum continent. Where did this person come from? This VIP waste token could not be faked. As the guard captain, he could see the aura on it at a glance. This little one greets the Heaven Grade VIP. If you have any orders, I will not hesitate. There was an unwritten rule in the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. As long as the request of a Heaven Grade VIP can be fulfilled, they must do their best to fulfill it, even if they have to pay with their lives. The noisy crowd around them had already stopped. Everyone looked at the situation in astonishment. They simply could not believe that this was real. They originally thought that Ling Xiao would be killed by young Master Tianhai, but they did not expect such a thing to happen. Ling Xiao glanced at young Master Yun of the Tianhai continent with some disdain and said indifferently, "Is it okay to kill someone?" The guard captain was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "Sure." Yun Xiao Tianhai's expression changed greatly. He looked at the guard captain in bewilderment, afraid that he would really make a move. He was powerful, but the other party was not weak either. Moreover, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was not afraid of the Water Spirit Temple. This was awkward. Ha ha ha, look at how scared you are. Don't worry, I don't like to let others kill for me. Looking at young Master Tianhai's embarrassed appearance, Ling Xiao laughed out loud. Then, he strode into the auction house. Damn you! Tianhai Yunshan stared at Ling Xiao's back. Although he couldn't make a move here, He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could stay in the heavenly dragon auction house forever. There would always be a chance to kill this kid. Let's go in as well. Having made up his mind, Yun Xiaomami's mood improved slightly. Ling Xiao had already entered the auction house. After passing through the spacious hall and arriving at the auction house, Ling Xiao's eyes instantly lit up and he was pleasantly surprised. What a big auction house! It was comparable to the beast fighting coliseum. That huge auction stage was obviously made of special crystals. Under the sunlight shining through the window, it emitted a dazzling light. It was really eye-catching. Those who entered through the VIP passageway would be received by specialized personnel. The one who welcomed Ling Xiao was a pretty little beauty. She actually had a pair of pointy ears and a long furry tail behind her. Ling Xiao was quite surprised. He guessed that she might be a member of the Silver Fox clan. In the White Tiger continent, there were many clans with such strange appearances. Actually, Ling Xiao had also seen similar clans in the Divine Phoenix continent. For example, among the martial artists of the Water Spirit Temple, there were martial artists of different clans. However, this Silver Fox clan woman was really eye-catching. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a natural charm, making people have a good impression of her. Following this Silver Fox clan girl to the VIP seats, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The VIP seats were all in the best positions. Furthermore, there were crystal glass surrounding them. The environment was the best. Furthermore, it was quiet and safe. Naturally, the best were those seats. They were all top-notch leather seats. After sitting on them, it was especially comfortable. Compared to those ordinary seats, it was really different. Just as he sat down, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a very unfriendly gaze cast towards him. Hence, he turned his head to look and discovered that in the VIP seats beside him, there were several people from the Water Spirit Temple's heavy water tower sitting. And the one looking at him was young Master Tianhai. Ling Xiao waved at young Master Tianhai and revealed a hint of a smile. Just that this smile was more or less mocking. Young Master, that guy is simply too arrogant. Relying on the protection of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, he actually dares to not put you in his eyes. Sitting beside young Master Tianhai was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. There was a very conspicuous scorpion tattoo on his face. He glanced at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but say, "Hee hee, arrogant. Huh? Soon, he won't be able to be arrogant anymore." The Heavenly Dragon Auction House is indeed powerful and influential, but the Sin domain isn't small. They can't control so much. Young Master Tianhai sneered. "Young Master, I think that guy isn't simple. Otherwise, why would he have the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's Heaven-grade VIP waste token? No matter how I think about it, something doesn't feel right. We have to be more careful." Another person said, "He's only 17 or 18 years old and came from the Dragon Phoenix continent. His cultivation shouldn't exceed the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. What's there to be afraid of? His waste token might have been brought back by a martial artist who went to the Immortal Lyceum continent in the past, and he just happened to get it. But soon, that thing will belong to us." Young Master Tianhai's face was gloomy. No matter what, he couldn't think of a reason to be afraid of Ling Xiao. Young Master is right. Let's focus on this auction. The house master said that we must get that thing. The man with the scorpion tattoo said, "That's right. As long as the rumors are true, that thing will definitely appear here tonight. Moreover, it might be the final item. We can't miss it." Young Master Tianhai turned his head and no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Compared to killing Ling Xiao, he had more important things to do. "Young Master, what does the house master mean?" The man with the scorpion tattoo asked. "If we can get it, we'll try our best to get it. If we can't, then we can only use extreme methods. Our heavy water towers people have already sealed off the Heavenly Dragon Auction House for dozens of miles. We'll snatch it from whoever gets it." Young Master Tianhai revealed a sinister smile, and then his killing intent appeared. "Hee hee, the house master's idea is right. This is the Sin domain. No one will care if we kill anyone." The man with the scorpion tattoo chuckled. On the other side, Ling Xiao seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, his soul power had already covered the entire auction house. He had heard all the private discussions of the people here. Chapter 1643. The conversation between young Master Tian Hai and the Scorpion Man was actually being discussed in many places in the auction house at the same time. It seemed that the people who came to the auction house today were all here for a mysterious final item. Ling Xiao was not the least bit interested in their schemes. He was very interested in this final item. An item that could cause so many factions to go to war was definitely not an ordinary item. Originally, he planned to leave after bidding for the time crystal. But after hearing these words, he decided to wait until the end. After a long time, the discussions in the auction house came to an abrupt end. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the crystal auction stage. A middle-aged man appeared there, and it was an old acquaintance. Ji Qing. Ling Xiao recognized that person. It was Ji Luoyu's father, the person who had helped him in the City of Sin. Now that he thought about it, Ji Qing and Medicine King Sun Sa had not actually displayed their true strength in the City of Sin. The laws of the Divine Phoenix continent limited the strength that these White Tiger continent martial artists could display. Therefore, what cultivation Ji Qing actually had, Ling Xiao did not know at all. It was the same for Medicine King Sun Sa. Speaking of Medicine King Sun Sa, that guy had left the Divine Phoenix continent long after Feng Mingwuyang was killed. A very cunning guy. Ji Qing was the person in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the White Tiger continent. And the White Tiger continent had hundreds of Heavenly Dragon auction houses. For him to appear here, it meant that he was very interested in this auction. Ji Qing did not notice Ling Xiao. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's aura was completely different from before. In addition, Ling Xiao had also put on a disguise. It was normal for him not to be able to recognize him. Following Ji Qing's appearance, all the noise disappeared. Everyone looked at the stage with fervent gazes. They were filled with a burning interest in the items being auctioned this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't waste any more of your time because you're probably tired of listening to me. Let's begin the auction now. Prepare your spiritual stones. I'm sure that all of you will be able to see what you want in this auction. Talking up to here, Ji Qing suddenly smiled and said, "It's just whether or not one has the ability to obtain it. That will depend on each person's ability." This simple opening speech won thunderous applause from the audience. No one liked long-winded nonsense. Following Ji Qing's voice falling, a five-colored light suddenly rose up from that crystal platform. When the light dissipated, a sharp sword appeared there. It floated in the air, emitting a cold light that made people shudder. Just by looking at the inscriptions on the long sword, one could tell that it was the work of a master. It was definitely not an ordinary weapon. Although this sword is only a mortal-grade spiritual artifact, it has been enhanced by an array master's inscription. Its effect is no less than that of a premium-grade spiritual artifact. This formation was called the Spirit Gathering Formation. When using the sword technique, it could gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth for the sword to use. In this way, not only would he be able to reduce the consumption of his inner strength, he would also be able to increase the power of the treasured sword. Everyone should understand that although strength is very important, a good weapon is absolutely indispensable. As he spoke, Ji Qing waved the sword in his hand. Spiritual energy could be seen gathering in the array, and the inscriptions released a special light. Magical indeed. The starting price is 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000. You may start bidding. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh a little. He could even make this thing, but he did not expect it to be so valuable. This was just the starting price. Following Ji Qing's words, the sound of bidding immediately rose and fell in succession in the auction house. Although Ling Xiao was not interested in this thing, it did not prevent others from bidding. In the end, this sword was actually sold at a high price of 350,000 low-grade spirit stones, which really broadened Ling Xiao's horizons a little. He finally understood now why Yuan Venerate said that he was actually a mobile spirit stone creation machine. He could refine pills, refine weapons, and refine arrays. He could casually create expensive items. He did not have to worry about spirit stones at all. Following the successful bidding of the first auction item, the auction could be considered to have officially entered a heated stage. Magic treasures, spirit pills, miraculous medicines, and martial arts secret manuals appeared one after another. Practically all the items had just been taken out when they were auctioned off by countless people and ultimately won at a high price. According to Ling Xiao's judgment, the premium here was probably 5 or 6 times higher than the starting price. An item worth 100 spirit stones would require at least 500 spirit stones to win. This was the profundity of auctions. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not interested in any of this. He kept his hands behind his head as he reclined on his seat and watched the auction lazily. The only thing that interested him was probably the slave auction that had suddenly appeared. This is a slave from the Divine Phoenix Empire's Ice Phoenix tribe. He is handsome and has a first-level yin-yang cultivation base. The starting price is 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. When the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, they had not held slave auctions. That was probably because Princess Yunya hated this kind of transaction. However, it was different in the White Tiger continent. In fact, slave transactions were very normal in the mystic world. It was not strange at all. Ling Xiao looked up. He did not recognize this so-called asterisk. She was about 30 years old and had a good appearance. Her body was also very plump. In addition, her cultivation base was not bad. Her appearance caused a large group of male creatures to go crazy. In the end, amidst miserable screams and helpless cries, this pitiful woman was sold at a high price of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao's heart did not waver at all. Sympathy? Or pity? No, he did not know this woman. Moreover, the Ice Phoenix tribe's cultivators had basically attacked him and the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Strictly speaking, they were enemies. He really couldn't bring himself to pity an enemy. Moreover, was pity and sympathy useful? If he was not willing to save her, then these feelings were hypocritical. The auction continued. Ling Xiao could not help but yawn. Some of the guests in the VIP seats were also starting to be unhappy. After such a long time, although there were many good items, there was not a single item that was truly worthy of them bidding. This made them very unhappy. Perhaps seeing through their thoughts, Ji Qing smiled slightly and said, I believe that everyone present will be interested in this item that's being auctioned next. This is a blood soul talisman. I believe everyone knows that the blood soul talisman can only be refined by the Celestial Masters sect in the Immortal Court continent. There is no way to refine it on the other continents, so it is extremely rare. Chapter 1644. Seeing that frost talisman and hearing Ji Qing's words, Ling Xiao's heart jumped fiercely. A figure emerged in his mind. It was that Fei Yuan he once met in the Black Crow Empire. Even his blood soul talisman was also learned from Fei Yuan. This frost talisman was extremely likely to be refined by Fei Yuan. Although the inscription of ice inside this frost talisman was only white-colored, the worst inscription. But this did not hinder the crazy scene that erupted at the scene in the slightest. Everyone was a little crazy in an instant. The terror of the blood soul talisman. I believe that every martial artist in the White Tiger continent has seen it before in ancient records. Some people might not understand how terrifying the power of the blood soul talisman is. Then I'll demonstrate it. Ji Qing casually threw out that frost talisman, then urged it with soul force. The frost talisman grew in the wind, instantly turning into more than a dozen squares. In that instant, the entire crystal platform was completely frozen. The guests near the crystal platform all felt a terrifying chill piercing their internal organs. It was simply unbearable. What I need to explain is that this isn't the true power of the frost talisman. Seeing the astonished expressions of those people below the stage, Ji Qing said with a smile, as everyone knows, the blood soul talisman can only unleash its true power when it's nurtured in the soul realm and connected with the martial artist's soul. As soon as these words came out, the martial artists below the stage were clearly even more excited. This time, even the people in the VIP seats also roused their spirits one after another, vowing to obtain this thing. Although they did not come for this frost talisman this time, such a treasure still made them incomparably moved. With the blood soul talisman, it was equivalent to having an additional extremely powerful trump card in battle. In a showdown between martial artists of the same realm, one could virtually be in an invincible position. Even if it was a leapfrog challenge, the certainty of victory would also become extremely great. Hehe, this is a good toy. I must obtain it. Heavy Water Tower's young master Tian Hai Yun's face revealed an excited smile as he muttered to himself. What young master said is right. Obtaining this frost talisman, your status in the Water Spirit Hall will also be higher. That middle-aged man beside was truly proficient in the art of flattery. This flattery made young master Tian Hai Yun extremely comfortable. It was as if this auction was only held by the Heavy Water Tower and no one else would bid. I won't say anything unnecessary. The starting bid for this frost talisman is 1 million medium spiritual stones. Every bid must not be lower than 10,000. You can start bidding now. Remember, you can only use mid-grade spirit stones to bid. Low-grade spirit stones are not accepted. Damn, the trashiest frost talisman is actually this expensive, and it only costs mid-grade spirit stones? Ling Xiao almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Although he knew that the blood soul symbol was very expensive, he didn't expect it to be expensive to this extent. Generally speaking, the currency used in transactions was limited to low-grade spirit stones. Only extremely special items would be traded with mid-grade spirit stones. As for high-grade spirit stones, they were basically not used for trade. In the profound world, no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation was, they would only use high-grade spirit stones to cultivate and would never waste them. However, even though the starting price was 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, it still made many people excited. Of course, there were also a large number of people who were directly rejected. It wasn't that these people didn't want to buy it, but that they simply didn't have that many spirit stones. One had to know that 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was basically the annual revenue of the Tianhai Empire. Only people who were as rich as an empire had the ability to bid for this item. The refining of the blood soul symbol is very difficult. I dare say that outside the immortal court, there are no more than 10 people who know how to refine the blood soul symbol. In the Dragon Phoenix continent and the White Tiger continent, I'm afraid only you and Fei Yuan know how to do it. Furthermore, you have also refined the underworld dragon symbol, so you should know that the cost of refining a blood soul symbol is probably 500,000 to 600,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Many of the materials are also very rare. Fei Yuan definitely wouldn't sell this frost talisman if it wasn't for the lack of money. Therefore, this price is actually very reasonable. I even feel that it is a little cheap. The Yuan Venerate's voice was transmitted directly into Ling Zhao's spirit realm. Yes, I originally wanted to refine a few more blood soul symbols, but I couldn't gather the materials. Just the inscriptions alone wouldn't be enough. Ling Xiao had to admit that the Yuan Venerate's words made sense. This item was really hard to come by. Ling Xiao was really tempted. The frost talisman was a complete blood soul symbol. As long as he obtained it, Ling Xiao could completely modify it and make it stronger. The more things that could increase one's strength, the better. However, he wasn't the only one who was tempted by this item. Someone else was even more anxious than him. As soon as Ji Qing finished speaking, the young master of the heavy water hall stood up hurriedly. His cold gaze was directed at the auction hall, as if he was threatening the others not to compete with him for this item. The Water Sacred Hall still had a lot of power in the Tianhai Empire. Many people lowered their heads and didn't dare bid after being stared at by him. Money didn't necessarily mean strength. Even if they obtained the frost talisman, they might not be able to take it away. Many people were aware of their own limitations. Young Master Tianhai nodded his head in satisfaction before bidding. 1.01 million. This fellow was also a thief. He wanted to use the might of his sect to intimidate others before obtaining the frost talisman at the lowest price. Of course, this also showed that he didn't have many mid-grade spirit stones. Ha ha ha. I thought you stood up to do something. After all this time, you're only going to add 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? How stingy. We, the Heavenly Demon Cult, bid 1,100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. The Sky Demon Cult. Ling Xiao frowned when he heard this voice and turned his head to look. A man wrapped in a black robe was sitting in the dark VIP seats. His voice was a little hoarse, and his entire body exuded an evil aura. There was no mistaking it. This was someone from the Sky Demon cult. Ling Xiao had exchanged blows with martialists from the Sky Demon cult before, so he was absolutely certain. Young Master Tianhai's expression wasn't very good. He knew that some people might not give the Water Sacred Hall face. However, he hadn't expected them to come so quickly. Does the Sky Demon cult really want to become enemies with the Water Sacred Hall? Young Master Tianhai coldly looked at the black-robed man and said, "If you provoke the Water Sacred Hall, you won't have a good ending." Haha, our Sky Demon cult doesn't even put the Sky Sea Sacred Hall in our eyes. You're just a mere Water Sacred Hall's heavy water towers, young master. Yet you dare to put on airs with me? The black-robed man disdainfully sneered, as if he didn't put young Master Tianhai in his eyes at all. Not only will I snatch the Frost Talisman from you, but that item will also belong to the Sky Demon cult. Hearing the black-robed man's words, young Master Tianhai's expression became even uglier. Young Master, don't be angry. Even if that item falls into the hands of the Sky Demon cult, they won't be able to escape the Tower Master's inescapable net. When the time comes, not only will we be able to obtain the item, we'll also be able to save a large amount of spirit stones. The middle-aged man beside young Master Tianhai said in a low voice. Haha, well said. Chapter 1645. Young Master Tianhai didn't immediately bid again. Instead, he decided to observe the situation. However, the other forces in the VIP seats weren't idle. They wouldn't let the Heavenly Demon cult take the Frost Talisman away with so few mid-grade spirit stones. The bids rose one after another, causing the price of the Frost Talisman to soar all the way to 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. The Heavenly Demon cult didn't seem to have enough spirit stones and had no choice but to give up. 201 million. At this time, young Master Tianhai saw that the time was right, so he added another 10,000. Although the Frost Talisman was precious, the price of 2 million mid-grade spirit stones was a bit too much for many people to bear. After all, there was still a long time before the auction started. Many people still had other goals and couldn't spend all their money on this. Therefore, after young Master Tianhai made his bid, everyone went silent. Young Master Tianhai was very happy. He only brought 3 million mid-grade spirit stones this time, but there were many low-grade spirit stones, more than 100 million. Being able to get the Frost Talisman with 201 million was really a good thing. What he didn't know was that his thoughts were completely captured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao originally wanted this item, but he only had about 1,800,000 mid-grade spiritual stones on him. It was simply impossible for him to bid for it. However, he was a bit unwilling to let young Master Tianhai take it away, so he had a bad idea. 5 million. His voice resounded throughout the auction house. His body was still leaning on the soft fur seat, feeling very comfortable. That lazy voice made many people jump in fright. Yun Xiao Tianhai was already unhappy with Ling Xiao. Seeing that it was Ling Xiao who was competing with him, and that he already had enough mid-grade spirit stones, he didn't think too much about it. He opened his mouth and shouted, 3 million. Hearing his bid, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He was still thinking about how to provoke young Master Tianhai to raise the price to 3 million. He didn't expect this fool to directly raise the price to 3 million. How bold. Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat playful smile. Then, he cupped his hands towards young Master Yun and said, "The Heavy Water Tower's young master is really generous. TSK, 3 million mid-grade spirit stones is the Tianhai Empire's revenue for 3 years. But you only brought so many medium-grade spirit stones. I really don't know how you're going to bid for the next item." Hearing this, Yun Xiao Tianhai's face instantly paled. He did not understand how Ling Xiao knew how many mid-grade spirit stones he brought, but what he was sure of was that Ling Xiao's bid was deliberately making him bleed. Damn Dragon Phoenix continent martial artist, I will definitely not let you off. Yun Xiao Tianhai gnashed his teeth in anger. Young master, please calm down. If it really doesn't work, let's contact the Pavilion Master and see if we can ask for more mid-grade spirit stones. The bootlicker Scorpion Man hurriedly said, "Want your sister? Do you think it's so easy to get middle-grade spirit stones? 3 million, That's 60% of the heavy water tower's savings. Yun Xiao Tianhai sat down. Since the item was already in his hands, it was useless for him to regret. Thus, he could only force himself to accept this reality. Although the following auction was also very exciting, it could not be compared to the commotion caused by the cold ice talisman. Ling Xiao was still not interested in any of the items. He even closed his eyes and entered a dozing state. Next, we're going to auction 2 pieces of time crystal. This item is very rare and also very beautiful. It's very suitable to use it to make accessories for your beloved woman. Of course, if this item falls into the hands of an array master, it will have other wonderful uses. Ji Qing's voice made Ling Xiao's eyes abruptly snap open. It's here. The time crystal that he was looking forward to was really here, and there were 2 pieces at once. Enough nonsense. The starting price of these 2 time crystals is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10,000. Starting bid. The reason why Ji Qing did not want to talk nonsense was that even he himself felt that this time crystal was a useless item, because in the White Tiger continent, there was no array master who could make use of this item. Really spending 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to bid for it to make accessories for a woman? Unless it was a person who did not treat spirit stones as spirit stones, otherwise, the average person would not do so. The reaction of the scene also seemed to confirm his thoughts. This was the only time there was an awkward silence. After he shouted the starting bid, there was actually not a single person who bid. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He naturally understood the reason for this kind of awkward silence. If he did not discover the ancient transmission array, he would not want this time crystal either, because it was also meaningless to him, like a chicken rib. But now, this item, he was determined to get it. After a long time, probably more than 10 minutes passed, Ji Qing was already prepared to announce that this item was not being auctioned. Only then did Ling Xiao smile and say, "Since no one likes this item, then I'll accept it. Using it to make a few accessories for my beloved woman is also not bad. 110,000 then." The reason why he took so long to bid was to let people mistakenly think that he was a playboy. He would only bid when he was really bored. What a waste. What a prodigal. I don't know which rich young master is this. 110,000 low-grade spirit stones for this item. In any case, I definitely won't bid for it. In the auction house, there was a burst of discussion. Rich people are just willful. There's no other way. Ling Xiao's goal was obviously achieved. Those people basically thought that he was bored and had too much money to spend, so he bid for this item. Ji Qing looked at Ling Xiao and felt that this young man was familiar. But for a moment, he could not remember where he had seen him. At this time, young Master Tianhai was also looking at Ling Xiao. The thought of revenge suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Although he knew that the time crystal was useless to him, if he let Ling Xiao take it away for 110,000, he could not accept it. Ling Xiao gave him trouble. He also wanted to make Ling Xiao bleed more. Gritting his teeth, he directly shouted, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. This young master wants this item. Hearing this, everyone raised their eyebrows. Was this an idiot meeting an idiot? For 2 pieces of time crystal that could only be used for ornamental purposes, he actually went all out? Hee. The heavy water tower's young master is someone who is unwilling to suffer a loss. I'm afraid he doesn't want that item at all. He's purely giving that young man trouble. I think so too, but I'm afraid that the item will fall into his hands again. That would be lifting a rock and smashing his own foot. Hee, you're right. But that young man doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Can he really give in so easily? The crowd did not suspect anything. They treated this bidding as a game, a child's play. Ling Xiao looked at young Master Tianhai indifferently. He knew that the other party would interfere, so he did not find it strange. When it was time to bid, he still had to bid. Hee, 110,000 for this item is already too much. But since young Master Tianhai is bidding, then I have to bid. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 1646. For Ling Xiao, even 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones for the time crystal was absolutely worth it. One must know that as long as he got 8 time crystals and repaired the teleportation array, the low-grade spirit stones saved from one teleportation would be almost enough for this auction price. In fact, even if young Master Tian Hai didn't bid, he believed that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's agent would also bid. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House would definitely not let the 2 time crystals be sold at such a low price. It was all the same. Ling Zhao's bid put young Master Tian Hai in a dilemma. He didn't know whether he should bid or not. The other party obviously didn't care about 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and just wanted to suppress him. As the Heavy Water Tower's young master, he really couldn't accept losing to Ling Xiao in this aspect. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, 250,000. Anyway, he has hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones. He doesn't believe that he can't suppress Ling Xiao. Young master, there's no need to bid anymore. We have no use for that thing. The scorpion man next to him frowned and said, maybe there will be better things later. If it's really worth hundreds of millions, we won't be able to take out the spirit stones. Shut up. Young Master Tian Hai glared at the scorpion man. He was now angry. He wouldn't be willing to lose to Ling Xiao even if he was beaten to death. Many people in the auction house were dumbfounded. They had heard of competing auctions, but it was the first time for many people to see it. Motherf *Ker, rich people really don't treat money as money. With so many low-grade spirit stones, it would be great if I could use them for cultivation. In the crowd, a martial artist muttered indignantly, 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, Heavy Water Tower's young master. I will definitely get these 2 time crystals today. Even if I throw them into the sea to feed the fish, I will never give them to you. On one hand, Ling Xiao didn't want to continue wasting time. On the other hand, he wanted to take the opportunity to discuss the other party. If the other party didn't raise the price, he would get it for 800,000. Not only would it not be a loss, but it would also be a profit. If the other party raised the price again, he would be ready to give up. Obtaining something was not just a method. He, Ling Xiao, was not a kind man. Motherf *Ker, who's afraid of who? I'll pay 1 million. Young Master Tian Hai was still a little hesitant when he raised the price, but now he was completely enraged. He didn't even think about it and directly raised the price to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned and said, congratulations, young Master Tian Hai. I'm not a prodigal like you, using 1 million to bid for 2 useless time crystals. Hee, I give up. Of course, saying that he had given up was just an act for others to see. He did not intend to obtain this item through auction, but through another method. You want to kill? Yuan Venerate smiled. Even if I don't kill him, he'll still come and kill me. At that time, I'll just snatch the time crystal from him. There's no need to waste so much money here. Ling Xiao basically never lied to Yuan Venerates. That's true. You didn't give young Master Tian Hai face outside, so he definitely won't let you off. This battle is unavoidable. Yuan Venerate did not object to Ling Xiao's way of doing things. In fact, he even praised him. In the mystic realm, sometimes one couldn't be too rigid when dealing with things. After saying that, Ling Xiao sat there with a mocking smile on his face. Young Master Tian Hai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What was this? Like an idiot, he bid with the other party and even forgot his initial goal. Spending 1 million low-grade spirit stones to purchase 2 time crystals? He didn't know why he had been so stupid. At the moment, he lowered his head and didn't even dare look at the gazes of the people around him. Those gazes were filled with ridicule and mockery. It was as if they were mocking him for being stupid and being cheated. The following auction might have been a frenzied bidding war for other martialists. There were even people who started fighting midway. However, the person who had attacked had been killed by Ji Qing on the spot. Anyone who dared to cause trouble at the Sky Dragon Auction House would never have a good ending. Only death would await them. While Ling Xiao was lamenting, he also felt a little excited. The auction was nearing its end. Based on what Ji Qing had said, there were only 2 items left. He finally perked up. The last item would definitely be the finale and would definitely be better than any of the items before it. At least, that was what most people thought. Next, we will be auctioning the second last item. This is an elixir pill that can bring someone back from the dead. Having it is equivalent to having an extra life. This elixir pill is called reincarnation. After consuming it, it will be effective for a long time, and you will definitely be revived after death. Of course, it can also be poured in after death with an intact corpse, and you can still be revived. The only drawback is that after being revived after death, you will lose all your cultivation base. However, as long as one is alive, there will always be hope. If one is dead, there will be nothing left. Don't you think so, everyone? Ji Qing chuckled. The grade of this elixir pill, reincarnation, wasn't considered high. It was only a low-grade mysterious grade elixir pill. However, its effects were absolutely heaven-defying. Of course, this depended on how one looked at it. Some people might feel that this thing wasn't worth it. Because even if you were revived and your cultivation base was completely gone, wouldn't that be just waiting to be killed? What was the point of that? However, some people felt that living was the most important thing. As long as one could survive, their cultivation base could be recultivated. Therefore, this elixir was very controversial. However, it didn't prevent it from causing a huge sensation in the auction house. Many people looked at the crimson elixir pill. Their eyes turned red and their hurried breathing sounded out. Those who didn't know would have thought that they saw a foxy woman who was coquettishly stroking her hair. There's actually someone who is willing to take out this reincarnation elixir to auction. Ling Xiao really felt that these people were crazy. Such a good thing. Wasn't it good to keep it for oneself? One had to know that low-grade mysterious grade elixir. Those who could refine it in the White Tiger continent were probably only that medicine king Sun Sa and him, Ling Xiao. However, this was just saying that they could refine it. If the materials couldn't be gathered, then it would still be useless. Perhaps the person holding the elixir feels that he doesn't need it anymore. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. There are people like that. They feel despair about their future and simply don't want to live anymore. Why do you think they would want this thing? They might as well sell it, eat and drink to their heart's content before ending their own lives. Yes, although it's a little weird, I have to admit that what Master said makes sense. Ling Xiao had seen such people before. Master, do you think I should take this elixir pill? Ling Xiao asked. There's not much point in you wanting this reincarnation elixir now. Given your ability to preserve your life, most people simply can't kill you. The Yuan Venerate pondered for a moment before adding, I suggest that you try bidding for it. If you really can't do it, then give up. The best items have yet to come. Aren't those people, including young Master Tianhai, waiting for the final item? Chapter 1647. The Yuan Venerate's words brought Ling Xiao back to his senses. That's right, the last item was the treasure that the Heavy Water Tower, Sky Demon Cult, and other martialists were eyeing. He hadn't brought many spirit stones with him this time, so he was really afraid that he wouldn't have enough. Therefore, it was better to give up on the reincarnation elixir and focus on the last item. He definitely wouldn't be disappointed. Although Ling Xiao was no longer concerned about the reincarnation elixir, there was always a market for good things. Apart from the ice talisman, this was probably the most popular item in the entire auction. Countless martialists were bidding frantically. The reincarnation elixir, which had a starting bid of 1 million low-grade spirit stones, had been raised to 2 million as soon as Ji Qing's voice was heard. Then, the price continued to soar. It reached a frightening 20 million low-grade spirit stones. What kind of concept was 20 million low-grade spirit stones? Simply put, this was the amount of low-grade spirit stones that a first-rate sect in the Tianhai Empire distributed to all their disciples in a year. How could this be something that most people could bear? Therefore, at this price, only 3 bidders were left. One was the Sky Demon Cult, another was the Water Sacred Hall, and the Heavy Water Tower. Interestingly, the third bidder was actually the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The Dragon Phoenix Mountain was considered the closest sect to the Sin domain. Although it wasn't as good as the Water Sacred Hall, it was still a well-known sect in this region. It was reasonable that they wanted to win the reincarnation elixir. I bid 30 million. Young Master Tianhai revealed a crazed expression. He was sinister, excited, and somewhat deranged. 35 million. Although the black-robed man from the Sky Demon Cult sounded very calm, it was obvious that his body was trembling slightly. Indeed, No one could bear such a high bid. After all, there was still the last item. Young master, there's no need to continue competing. We already have a foolproof plan. The Sky Demon cult won't be able to escape from us. The Scorpion Man whispered in young Master Tianhai's ear. That's right. So what if he wins the reincarnation elixir? Won't he still die? Yun Xiao Tianhai revealed a treacherous smile, then stopped bidding. Although it was more stable to bid for it now, it was not worth it to spend too many spirit stones. Even if he did not continue to bid, the Sky Demon cult's black-robed man's bid still threw the auction hall into chaos and shock. That was not a stone, but a spirit stone. Most martial artists would never be able to have 10 million low-grade spirit stones in their entire lives, let alone 35 million. The expressions of the martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain changed again and again. In the end, they gave up helplessly. There was no other way. They didn't have that much money. Although they wanted to get the reincarnation pills, they had no choice but to give up. Next up will be the finale of this auction. It's also the item that we think is the best. Don't miss it. Ji Qing smiled mysteriously. Having been in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company for so many years, he naturally knew what was most attractive to cultivators. At this moment, the auction house suddenly became absolutely silent. It was so silent that Ling Xiao thought that all those people were dead. Tianhai Yunshan's gaze instantly sharpened. He had already stood up from his seat. They're here. The real treasure. The Sky Demon cult's black-robed man also already recovered from the bidding for the reincarnation pills earlier and placed all of his attention on the auction stage. The martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain mustered up all their strength, planning to make the final gamble. That gaze was truly as sharp as a vulture's. In the center of the crystal platform, that five-colored light slowly rose up. In that instant, Ji Qing suddenly erupted with an extremely horrifying aura, scaring many people in the auction house until they pulled out their weapons and stared at him, afraid that he would suddenly make a move. Ji Qing smiled and said, "Everyone, you don't have to be nervous. It's just that this auction item is a little special. I need to pay attention. Otherwise, it will probably fly away." What auction item could still fly away? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. The next instant, the five-colored light dissipated. An additional box made of cold jade appeared on the crystal platform, exquisite to the extreme. But the key thing was naturally still the treasure in the box. Looks like a medicinal pill. Master, I heard that only black-grade top-grade medicinal pills can possibly have their own spiritual consciousness, and then tear through the air and fly away to prevent themselves from being eaten by people. Could it be that in this white tiger continent, there is still someone who can refine such a powerful medicinal pill? Ling Xiao frowned, not quite understanding Ji Qing's cautiousness, so he asked Yuan Venerate. Don't forget that the Sky Dragon Trading Company is a large trading company that runs through 13 continents in the entire mystic world. They can totally bring such a terrifying medicinal pill from other places. Yuan Venerate reminded, don't underestimate them. Ling Xiao nodded silently and then stared at the cold jade box. He didn't use his Taiji eye to peek because that was too boring. The rest of the people had the same expression. There was no lack of madness and greed in their eyes. Ji Qing smiled and then gently waved his right hand. That cold jade box suddenly opened. A scarlet light flew out and actually scuttled out of the auction house. This sudden scene shocked all the martial artists so much that they wanted to see clearly. But the glaring red light caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. Of course, there were also people whose vision wasn't blocked by this red light. Ling Xiao was one of them. It was indeed a medicinal pill. A scarlet medicinal pill. The instant the cold jade box opened, it flew into the air in an attempt to escape the auction house. However, Ji Qing was already prepared. A terrifying aura enveloped an area of more than 10 meters around him. Although the medicinal pill flew out, it could only collide continuously within this range and couldn't escape. Ling Xiao noticed that as the medicinal pill flew, it actually turned into a fiery phoenix the size of a palm. The sharp cry was filled with powerful majesty, causing countless people to feel fear. It really is a top-notch mysterious grade medicinal pill, the Jade Blood Fiery Phoenix Pill. Ling Xiao had read the Eternal Divine Pill scripture before. Even if he couldn't refine this medicinal pill, he would definitely be able to recognize it. Sigh. She actually took this out to auction. It's laughable that I actually sigh. The moment he saw this medicinal pill, the Yuan Venerate actually sighed repeatedly. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the despair and sorrow in his soul. It was as if some kind of belief he had all along had been completely shattered. Master, what's wrong? Ling Xiao was clearly more concerned about his master than the medicinal pill. Forget it, forget it. Even without her, I still have you as my disciple. From today onwards, I will wholeheartedly nurture you into a talent. Perhaps only the Yuan Venerate himself knew the pain in his heart. Ling Xiao had only felt a little, yet it was already very unbearable. My good disciple, don't ask anymore. I will naturally tell you when it's time. However, your current cultivation base is still too lacking, and you won't be able to help much. Chapter 1648. All right then. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to know what exactly made the Yuan Venerate become so miserable and despairing, but since the Yuan Venerate was unwilling to say, he could not force it either. Ling Xiao's gaze turned back to the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill. He was recalling the effects of this black-grade top-grade medicinal pill in his mind. At this time, practically everyone in the venue revealed covetous looks. Many people did not even know what kind of medicinal pill it was and what effects it had. However, they understood that this medicinal pill was definitely not ordinary. The eyes of the Heavy Water Tower, Heavenly Demon Cult, and Dragon Phoenix Mountain martial artists were practically spewing red flames of greed. If not for Ji Qing standing there, they would really go up and snatch it. Ji Qing smiled and said, I believe everyone has also heard that only black-grade, top-grade, and above medicinal pills will bestow the medicinal pill with its own spiritual consciousness. And when refining the pill, a phenomenon will descend from the sky. This medicinal pill is the black-grade, top-grade medicinal pill, Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill. Everyone should be clear that in the mystic world, earth-grade medicinal pills are practically lost already. It can be said that black-grade, top-grade medicinal pills are the best medicinal pills. I don't need to say its value. Everyone should be very clear. Whoosh! Before Ji Qing finished speaking, the auction hall that was originally filled with all kinds of rapid breathing instantly went crazy. Just as Ji Qing said, black-grade, top-grade medicinal pills might be the best medicinal pills that could be refined in the mystic world. The vast majority of these martial artists present had never seen it before and had only heard of it. I won't say much about how it is refined, but one of the materials is the fossil of a primordial fire phoenix. It must be a complete fossil with vitality. Everyone knows that a fire phoenix can be reborn in fire. And this Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill, fused with the fossil of a primordial fire phoenix, the effects naturally won't be bad. Ji Qing introduced the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill there. The breathing of the people below the stage one by one became rapid and frantic once again. It was as if there were tens of thousands of bellows constantly there at any time. Primordial fire phoenix fossils were extremely difficult to find in the first place, and a complete one was even more difficult. It also had to have vitality. That made people go crazy. Just looking at the difficulty of finding this kind of material, one should understand how difficult it was to refine this medicinal pill. Its effects naturally also made people look forward to it endlessly. Senior Ji Qing, what effects does it have exactly? Someone below the stage finally could not resist asking. There are two kinds of effects. The first was to rise from the ashes. Doesn't it sound familiar? That's right. Its first effect was similar to the samsara pill. However, the difference is that it doesn't have any side effects. It will completely revive with full combat power. Not only will its previous injuries be completely healed, but its cultivation will also not decrease in the slightest. What? Hearing this, the scene almost exploded. The black-robed man from the Heavenly Demon Cult was trembling. For a reincarnation pill, he had already taken out 35 million low-grade spirit stones. How was he going to get this terrifying Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill? Yun Xiao Tianhai, on the other hand, let out a wild laugh of excitement. He looked proudly at the black-robed man, as if he had made a wise choice. However, Ling Xiao had a feeling that the Frost Talisman could only be auctioned with medium-grade spirit stones. This even better Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill could probably only be auctioned with mid-grade spirit stones. Who knew what that idiot Yuan Xiaotian Hai was so happy about? What about the other effect? Although the first effect of the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill was already heaven-defying enough, people were still very interested in the second effect. The second effect is to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. Or be reborn. Everyone was a little confused. This rebirth is different from the previous rebirth. It does not refer to the literal meaning, but refers to the ability to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. The second effect of the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill, simply put, is that when you are on the verge of death, or when you are reborn from the flames, you can break through your shackles and obtain a comprehensive breakthrough in your cultivation realm, soul strength, internal strength, and body. You will become even stronger, even more terrifying. Ji Qing indifferently glanced at the people below the stage and continued. The two effects of the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill can be stacked, or they can be activated separately. It all depends on luck. Perhaps many people are very clear on the first effect, but there are still some things you do not understand about breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. Then, I will give you an example. Everyone must have heard of the Heavenly Sea Holy Court's vice principal, Heavenly Sea Yu Hin. 30 years ago, the Heavenly Sea Empire was besieged by 3 great empires. At that time, Heavenly Sea Yu Hin was only a youth at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was unfortunately killed in battle. However, 3 years later, he shocked the world at the White Tiger Storm Gathering, and his cultivation rose to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Finally, 5 years ago, he broke through to the Rebirth realm and became one of the few Rebirth realm experts in the White Tiger continent. Why did he cultivate so quickly? It's because he once consumed the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill. Speaking up to here, Ji Qing proudly added, that Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill was sold by our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, so it is still fresh in my memory. Hearing this, the crowd immediately exclaimed. Many people knew that Heavenly Sea Yu Hin was powerful, but Heavenly Sea Yu Hin's aptitude was actually not too outstanding when he was young. He could only be considered an ordinary little genius. However, after experiencing that death, it was as if he had become a completely different person. Many people thought that he had an epiphany, but they did not expect such a thing to happen. Ji Qing seemed to think that some people might not believe him, so he directly took out the transaction record from that year and said, "This is something we took out after greeting Vice Principal Heavenly Sea Yu Hin. It has Vice Principal Heavenly Sea Yu Hin's father's personal signature and fingerprint, so it cannot be faked." This scene caused the scene to become even more sensational. Even Ling Zhao's face was filled with shock. This Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill did not seem to be as simple as increasing one's cultivation realm. It seemed to be able to improve a martialist's cultivation aptitude. This was the most frightening thing. "Master, is what Ji Qing said true?" Ling Xiao felt that this pill was a little too heaven-defying. It simply felt unreal, so he asked very cautiously. "What he said is true. He just concealed some things," Yuan Venerate replied. "The so-called rebirth through fire is not something that ordinary people can endure. If you can't endure it, then you can only bathe in fire. There is no rebirth. Everything is ultimately nothingness. I know Heavenly Sea Yu Hin. In fact, the person who sold the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was me. In my entire life, I've only refined 3 of these pills, and I've spent a full 10 years to do so. If I had not been short of money at the time, I would not have sold it." After Heavenly Sea Yu Hin died, he experienced a nightmarish pain and almost did not make it through. That kid was also tough enough. I reckon that many people would not have been able to endure it. As for the rebirth through the cocoon, your understanding is actually wrong. It cannot change a person's aptitude, but at the moment of rebirth through the cocoon, it will release a large amount of energy and store it in the martialist's body, helping the martialist break through cultivation barriers. Chapter 1649. After breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn, a large amount of energy accumulated in the body can help a martialist break through. However, this energy is limited and will naturally disappear when it reaches a certain level. In the future, The martialist cultivation speed will remain the same. Yuan Venerate explained with a smile. Even so, it's already heaven-defying enough. It can really be called a divine pill for someone with a firm will. Ling Xiao said, "You're not wrong. Therefore, this will still be a crazy competition, but it won't have much to do with you. Given your aptitude, you don't need the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill at all." Yuan Venerate smiled. "It's time to leave and make some preparations. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be anxious later." "That's true. I really don't need it." Ling Xiao shrugged. He had already given up on the idea of bidding. Although the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill was miraculous, it really didn't mean much to him. He stood up and turned to leave. He hadn't been able to buy anything in today's auction, but he was in a good mood. In any case, young Master Tianhai had taken care of the items for him. He just had to take them when the time came. After Ling Xiao left the auction house, he sat down in a nearby tavern. His soul power spread out and enveloped an area of several kilometers. He even knew everything that had happened in the auction house like the back of his hand. After about a quarter of an hour, young Master Tianhai walked out angrily. "That bastard from the Sky Demon cult. Not only did he steal my reincarnation pill, but he also didn't let go of the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill. Damn it, I didn't expect that the final bid would actually use mid-grade spirit stones. It's all that brat from the Dragon Phoenix Continent's fault. Where is he? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Young Master, that person slipped away before the auction ended and didn't even take a single item. I suspect that he's an actor from the Sky Dragon auction house. It's better not to provoke him." The Scorpion Man said softly. Hearing this, young Master Tianhai was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't afford to offend the Sky Dragon Trading Company. "Let's go. Forget about that brat. Let's capture that guy from the Sky Demon cult first." Young Master Tianhai mounted his mount and hurriedly left with the others. None of them noticed that there was a black shadow following behind them like a maggot. Ling Xiao was in no hurry to make a move, because he wanted to cook the heavy water tower and the black-robed man from the heavenly devil cult together. Although the reincarnation pill and the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill were not of much use to him, however, it wasn't completely useless. Even if it was the icing on the cake, it would be best if he could obtain it. With his aptitude, if he were to obtain the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill, not only would his cultivation speed increase, but he would also be able to obtain the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill. Moreover, he could also test if the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique was really effective. He had always been worried that the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique was fake, so he didn't dare to try it out. But with the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill, it didn't matter even if the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique was fake. In any case, he could still come back to life. He had never worried that he would not be able to endure the pain. Ling Xiao had always been very confident in his ability to endure hardship. Following Yuan Xiao Tianhai, Ling Xiao really got to watch a good show. The black-robed man from the Heavenly Devil cult was besieged by the Heavy Water Tower's patriarch, Protector Zhong Shuai, as well as young Master Tianhai and the rest. Although he had charged left and right and killed many of the Heavy Water Tower's men, he was still unable to defeat Protector Zhong Shuai and was killed on the spot. Of course, in this battle, Protector Zhong Shuai did not have it easy either. Not to mention that he was injured. He even lost a few hundred of his men. It was truly tragic. But to be able to obtain the reincarnation pill and the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix pill, to him, it was definitely worth it. Clean up the scene and retreat. Protector Zhong Shuai was decisive. They were still in the Sin Domain's territory. Who knew if there would be an Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada? He only wanted to take the things and leave immediately. Suddenly, a scream came out from the crowd. The Scorpion Man who was helping young Master Tianhai to take the 2 time crystals was sent flying. The time crystal also landed in the hands of the black shadow that suddenly attacked. Ling Xiao's timing was perfect, and the moment he attacked, he snatched the time crystal. Although he wanted the Frost Talisman, the Reincarnation Pill, and the Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill, there was a difference in the severity of the matter. It was only when Ling Xiao stood still and revealed a mocking smile that everyone finally reacted from this sudden turn of events. Of course, Protector Zhong Shuai reacted the fastest. Among these people, His cultivation was the strongest as he was at the peak of the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. However, he was injured by the heavenly demon cult's black-robed man's counterattack. He should be thanking the heavens for being able to display the strength of a 6th level of the yin-yang realm. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao dared to show himself. He didn't just leave after grabbing the items because he wanted more things. It's actually you. Young Master Tian Hai also recognized Ling Xiao. New and old hatred surged in his heart, and he immediately roared like a mad lion. Haha, young Master Tian Hai, I trust you have been well since we last met. Thank you for taking care of this time crystal for me. A mocking smile appeared on the handsome face, and he did not seem to care about the surrounding heavy water tower's martial artists. Bastard, hurry up and hand over the time crystal. Otherwise, you'll die without a complete corpse. Although young Master Tian Hai did not care about the time crystal, how could he let someone play with him like this? No matter who this person was, he had to kill him today. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and casually placed the time crystal into his storage ring. Then, he said, "Oh right, take out the Frost Talisman, Reincarnation Pill, and Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. If you do that, I can let you live. Otherwise, the Water Spirit Hall and Heavy Water Tower will be completely annihilated here today." His words were said very casually, as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter. This made the Heavy Water Tower's people even more furious. "Father, don't let this brat go. You must kill him." Young Master Tian Hai roared loudly. Protector Zhong Shui glanced at Ling Xiao and nodded. He agreed with his son's suggestion. No matter what, he couldn't tolerate being bullied like this. Kill. He received his father's silent consent. Yun Xiao Tian Hai roared. In that instant, dozens of Heavy Water Tower's martial artists surrounded Ling Xiao in a circle and charged out. Among these dozens of martial artists, some were at the half-step yin-yang realm, and some were at the first level of the yin-yang realm. Even the black-robed man from the heavenly demon cult had suffered when facing such a large number of martial artists. In young Master Tian Hai's opinion, a young man who looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old was definitely going to die. Seeing those people attacking him, Ling Xiao still looked calm and unruffled. He did not even show any signs of attacking. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest as if this battle had nothing to do with him. What a pity. I didn't want to kill so many people today. Why can't you obediently hand over the item? As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of cultivators had already launched their attacks at him. Bang! Bang! Chaotic sounds of attacks rose and fell. Chapter 1650. Let's see if you're still alive. Young Master Yun Tianhai felt very satisfied. Being able to kill this annoying brat made him even more excited than obtaining the Reincarnation Pill and Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. However, in the next moment, his eyes popped out like a frog's eyes. Even though he was attacked by dozens of people, Ling Xiao still stood there with his arms crossed. Not only was he unharmed, but he even had a disdainful smile on his face. "If you attack me, then you'll have to be prepared to die." Ling Xiao suddenly grinned. Crimson Sun Feather Raiment. Blazing heat suddenly exploded around his body. Only a few of the dozens of martial artists managed to escape. The rest were instantly burned to death by the high temperature. The better ones still had their charred corpses intact. The worst ones directly evaporated into thin air. As his cultivation increased, the Crimson Sun Feather Raiment was simply too useful to instantly kill these trashy martial artists. It did not require much inner strength, but it could achieve instant results. Then, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed and turned into an afterimage as he tore through the air. In just an instant, those few martial artists who were trying to escape were killed under his fist. All of them exploded with a single punch without mercy. Young Master Yun Tianhai's expression was extremely gloomy. He looked at his father, Guardian Zhongshui, and said, "Father, help me by the side. Watch how I kill this brat. He's only at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm, yet he dares to act rashly in front of me." As he spoke, young Master Yun Tianhai touched his storage ring, and a treasured saber flew out. It was about 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing, but it exuded a cold, murderous aura. Yes, but child, you still have to be careful. This brat is a bit cunning, and his defense is also very strong. Guardian Zhong Shui saw that Ling Xiao was only at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm, so he did not plan to personally attack. However, he could let his son, young Master Yun Tianhai, practice and vent his anger. With him by the side, even if an accident happened, he would be able to rescue him in time. The rest of the martial artists also retreated, forming a circle around Ling Xiao, trapping him within. The black-robed man from the heavenly demon cult was much stronger than this brat. He was a 6th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Wasn't he killed all the same? Although several dozen martial artists died all of a sudden, this was nothing to the heavy water tower. It was very easy for a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist to replenish their strength. That time crystal must have some secret, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have risked following us and attacking us with your tentacles. Yun Xiao Tianhai sneered as he walked towards Ling Xiao, a ball of water vapor wriggling behind him. That should be his martial soul. His body gradually entered the half-crocodile state. Even if his opponent was much weaker than him, he still did not plan to underestimate his opponent. He wanted his opponent to feel despair and die in this despair. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You're quite smart. So, from the very beginning, when you fought with me for the time crystal, you were actually giving yourself an invitation to death." Hee, is that so? Young Master Tianhai also sneered. I really don't understand where you, a mere 3rd-level yin-yang realm martial artist, get your courage from. I will definitely kill you, and then get those 2-time crystals back. I believe that with the heavy water tower's ability, it won't be difficult to uncover its secret. It's a pity that you'll never have that chance. Ling Xiao still did not unsheath his sword. Yun Xiao Tianhai was only a 4th-level yin-yang realm martial artist, although his cultivation was 1 level higher than his. However, his combat strength was far inferior, and he might not even be able to break through his defense. Using a sword would be a pure waste. He did not even use his internal strength, and he even removed the Scarlet Sun feather raiment. He just stood there and looked at his opponent coldly. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I, Yun Xiao Tianhai, have come to Sin Realm many times, and I've seen many idiots like you who have their rationality devoured by greed. This kind of idiot usually only ends up dead. As Yun Xiao Tianhai spoke, the ball of water vapor behind him suddenly spun faster, and the water vapor continuously flowed into the cicada blade in his hand. The blade exploded with a sharp aura. Fighting spirit began to burn on the battlefield. His eyes were filled with the madness and brutality of a wild beast. Roar! A low roar burst from his throat. His figure suddenly shot out, and a 1-foot-deep hole appeared where he had been standing. His body was like an arrow, and he instantly appeared 1 meter in front of Ling Xiao. Then, the cicada blade in his hand exploded with saber intent, and a sharp saber energy tore through the air and fiercely chopped down on Ling Xiao's head. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard in the air. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant to hear, but it did not stop. There was even a burnt smell in the air, as if the air itself was being burned. When the saber energy was less than a foot away from Ling Xiao finally made his move. He suddenly raised his right fist. He did not use any internal strength, but there was still the sound of wind and thunder. Boom! A terrifying collision sound exploded in the air, and sparks flew everywhere, and water vapor flew everywhere. Young Master Tianhai's aqua-blue internal strength created a huge ripple, and it spread out with Ling Xiao as the center. It lifted the soil around Ling Xiao by nearly a foot. However, Ling Xiao remained standing in the face of such a ferocious attack. The ground beneath his feet was undamaged, and there was not the slightest wound on his body. This is your strength? Isn't that too disappointing? Ling Xiao looked at young Master Tianhai with disdain. He was hoping that young Master Tianhai would have some special skills to make him happy. He did not expect young Master Tianhai to be even weaker than an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. You must have relied on pills to forcefully increase your cultivation. Ling Xiao added indifferently, fly. After saying that, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's arm. The power of the Queen of Heaven-Earth exploded in his arm and charged out. Young Master Tianhai was directly sent flying. Protector Zhongshui reacted quickly and stopped young Master Tianhai. Both of them looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. They did not understand how a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm could have such terrifying strength. This guy has such powerful strength. Could he be a body refinement martial artist that is about to go extinct? Young Master Tianhai steadied himself and said in fear, "That should be it. However, son, your cultivation is stronger than his. There is no need to fear him. Although a body refinement martial artist has strong defense, most of their attacks are not that good. As long as you use your full strength, it should not be a problem to defeat him." Protector Zhongshui nodded and said, "I know, Dad." Young Master Tianhai suddenly sneered and looked at Ling Xiao. "You are very strong. At least your defense is the strongest I have seen under this realm. However, you still can't escape death." As he spoke, the water vapor behind him quickly turned red. It was blood red and had a strong smell of blood. Then, even the cicada blade in his hand turned blood red, and the smell of blood became even stronger. Chapter 1651. It's your first time in the White Tiger continent. You should be careful instead of provoking strong enemies like us. With a sneer, young Master Tianhai was enveloped by blood-red vapor. The cicada blade in his hand turned into a giant blade that was a few meters long. Ling Xiao could feel the blood in his body churning as if it was about to leave his body. He guessed that it was the special effect of the martial soul mutation. But so what? Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't intend to use his inner strength. Instead, he hooked his finger at young Master Tianhai. "You're courting death. Bone-corroding blood demon blade." Young Master Tianhai charged out from his original spot and charged at Ling Xiao like a blood demon. The terrifying blood-red aura turned the surrounding dozens of meters into a blood-red color. It was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. "Tower Master, I didn't expect the young master to have mastered the bone-corroding blood demon blade. How surprising. Even a Yin-Yang Realm 5th level martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand this attack, let alone a Yin-Yang Realm 3rd level martial artist." The martial artist standing beside Guardian Zhongshui said excitedly, "Hehe, you're right. This is one of the ultimate techniques of our Water God Hall. Not many people can master it. Tianhai Pearl seems to have mastered the blood demon aura. It's a pity that she died in the Divine Phoenix continent." Guardian Zhongshui chuckled and said, "This kid came from the Dragon Phoenix continent. He should know Ling Xiao." "Tower Master, do you think he's the Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao?" Someone frowned and asked, "How is that possible? Rumor has it that the Heavenly Emperor Ling Xiao is skilled in swordsmanship. This kid is obviously a physique refinement martial artist. It's impossible." Guardian Zhongshui shook his head. He felt that this guess was nonsense. Other than the fact that they both came from the same continent and were both relatively young, there was almost nothing else in common between the two of them. It doesn't matter if he's Ling Xiao or not. He's going to die today. The bone-corroding blood demon blade will extract all the blood in his body and turn him into a dried corpse. He'll be gone forever. Another person chuckled. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Yuan Xiao Tianhai's attack and actually sighed. This person's cultivation was clearly stronger than the heavenly sea pearls, but the battle intent and pressure he displayed was actually weaker than the person who had already been killed by him. Could it be that the sky sea pearl was unable to unleash its full strength due to the laws of the world when they were killing the dragon forest? Haha, if that was really the case, then the 7 heroes of the Water Spirit Temple would have died too unjustly. Being killed without being able to use his full strength was definitely not a good feeling. Glancing indifferently at Yuan Xiao Tianhai, who was flying towards him, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. Within his body, the power of 50 sovereign queen of heaven-earth cells was released. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao's fist landed on Yuan Xiao Tianhai's head at a speed that was hard to follow with the naked eye. In that instant, a tyrannical power rushed through young Master Tianhai's body. Boom! Finally, the frail body could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded. The dignified Heavy Water Tower's young master had actually died so miserably that not even a complete corpse was left behind. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the Heavy Water Tower's protector didn't think of taking revenge for a moment. Instead, he was completely stunned. After a moment, he suddenly roared like a madman and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Facing the sudden attack of Protector Heavy Water, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. The power of 200 Sovereign Queen of Heaven-Earth cells was completely released. Then, he punched out with both fists at the same time. Although Protector Heavy Water was very strong, he had attacked hastily and was already injured. Now that he attacked rashly, Ling Xiao didn't need to use his full strength at all. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the two palms and fists collided. Then, a terrifying shockwave rolled and spread in all directions. Several of the Heavy Water Tower's martial artists who couldn't retreat in time were actually killed by the shockwave. The collision had only lasted for a moment, but Protector Heavy Water's arms actually emitted strange cracking sounds. He screamed miserably in terror, and his body retreated abruptly. In the confrontation of strength this time, he lost. Furthermore, he lost very miserably. The bones in his two arms couldn't withstand that terrifying power and nearly shattered. Poo work. While flying back, Protector Heavy Water spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms finally started to distort and deform. Even his ribs clearly caved in. Didn't anyone tell you that when facing a body refinement martial artist, you must never foolishly meet force with force? Ling Xiao's voice approached like a ghost. Protector Heavy Water was simply aggrieved to the extreme. A single mistake caused him to completely fall into a disadvantage. He was actually going to be pursued by a martial artist whose cultivation was much weaker than his. Retreat. He roared hysterically and borrowed the force of his retreat to speed up and flee for his life. He knew that if he wanted to defeat the other party, he could only wait until his strength completely recovered before it was possible. Now, he could only flee for his life. Behind him, the miserable cries of the Heavy Water Tower's martial artists came. Those people were loyal and wanted to block the pursuer for him, but the result was that they were all annihilated in an instant. Ling Xiao only took Heavenly Sea Yun Xiao's storage ring, then chased after Protector Heavy Water again. In today's battle, he didn't plan on leaving anyone alive. The Water Spirit Hall schemed to kill him, so why should he pity the other party? Who exactly are you? Why do you insist on being enemies with my Heavy Water Tower? Let me live, and I can give you the Reincarnation Pill and Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. Protector Heavy Water shouted loudly as he fled. Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. He actually couldn't pull away at all. Instead, this distance was rapidly shortening. This made him feel incomparably terrified. Want others to hear and come to save you? It's useless. Ling Xiao said coldly, but since you asked who I am, I can tell you. In just an instant, Ling Xiao turned into a stream of flowing light and appeared beside Protector Heavy Water. Then, he laughed beside his ear and said, I'm the Ling Xiao that you all have always wanted to kill. Impossible. Protector Heavy Water was inexplicably horrified. When did Ling Xiao actually possess such a terrifying body? How did this guy cultivate? Also, why didn't anyone know that he came to the White Tiger continent? It was a pity that this kind of question already would never have an answer. Ling Xiao suddenly reached out and struck Protector Heavy Water to the ground with a karate chop. Then, he killed him with a shadow all. Obtaining Protector Heavy Water's storage ring, Ling Xiao turned around and left. The commotion of the battle just now was already very big. Coupled with Protector Heavy Water's shout, if there were people nearby, they would rush over very quickly. Ling Xiao would never try to fight an unnecessary battle because it would only be a waste of time and energy. There was no benefit to it at all. Time Crystal, Frost Talisman, Reincarnation Pill, Jade Blood Fire Phoenix Pill. The 4 treasures from the auction all fell into his hands. What was there to be dissatisfied with? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.